with my grades in school for like classwork that we would do during the last 20 minutes of a class or something like that, because I wasn't rushing to get it done to go on my phone.
Though not all students, districts, or states are on board, and sometimes when schools have limits on phone use, the phones win.
A war is being waged for our children's minds. It's that profound.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul is proposing a bell-to-bell ban for K through 12 schools statewide, describing learning as a sacred space that should be distraction-free, and saying that students have told her they feel trapped and want help.
Kids are being besieged with addictive algorithms, toxic social media, and cell phones that just can be so manipulative that it becomes addictive like a drug.
Hochul's legislation would create statewide standards, but allow schools to develop their own plans for storing cell phones during the day, also requiring schools to give parents a way to contact their kids if they need to. New Jersey's governor is also calling for statewide restrictions, but one New Jersey district has a new phone ban in place.
It's interesting here at the Ramsey School District in New Jersey. We spoke with district leaders, and they tell us there's actually been some type of cell phone policy in place.
Fox News correspondent C.B. Cotton got a first-hand look at the new approach they're using now at Ramsey High School.
One teacher told me that for several years she would collect phones at the start of class or ask her students to place their phones in pouches. And she says over the years she noticed fewer and fewer phones were being collected. It became a battle between her and the students to keep them off the phones during class. And so this past fall, district leaders came together and they said, we've got to do something to increase learning, to stop the cell phone distraction. And so they came up with the idea to use these pouches that they have a magnetic close. And so every day students come to school, they place their phone in these magnetic pouches. And so the phones are sealed and they're locked away. And then students are allowed to unlock their cell phone by placing the pouch on a magnetic base, which opens the pouch. And students can do this during recess and when they go home for the end of the day or during the lunch hour. So there's designated times when these high schoolers are allowed to unlock the pouch and have access to their smartphone. But the solution for Ramsey High School was to use these pouches.
Interesting. And this is actually not been in effect for very long, right? Well, what's the early reaction among students and staff?
So the policy has only been in place for about 2 weeks, but already there are some good signs. One teacher telling me that she's noticed more engagement in her classroom already. She says she feels like students are following the whole lesson. There's no longer any interruption. And she's also noticed students are asking really good questions, taking lots of notes. And for her, that's a sign of good learning retention. And then we talked to a couple of high schoolers, and they told us, they were very transparent. They said, at first we weren't too excited about this new idea, but now they're noticing improvements in their grades. They're noticing that they don't feel rushed to finish up their schoolwork and just get back on their phones. They actually feel like they take more time to start an assignment and really see it through. So right now, while there's no, quantitative data about how this policy might improve test scores, district leaders, teachers, and students remain hopeful that, there will be in the months to come. Right now, there's a lot of good qualitative data showing that students, there are some positives. They feel more engaged in the classroom.
It sounds like maybe enforcement is an easier sell as well, because even though they don't exactly have access to their phone, they still keep it with them, right? As opposed to like putting it in a bin or something and have it actually not even be with them. So maybe these magnetized pouches are making enforcement easier.
I think so. I think the magnetically sealed pouches allow teachers to nix the distraction, but they also allow parents and students to somewhat feel a little bit more at ease because they do know that the phone is still on them. They still have their phone, but it's just locked away. And with the simple touch of a magnet base, that pouch can be unlocked. So I think for parents and students, there's a little bit of reassurance knowing that if they really needed to get access to their phone right away, there are certain places within the school that they could go and unlock the cell phone pouches.
There has been pushback among parents in general with other bans, including in New York City, which abandoned a proposed phone ban last year. What are the main reasons, why that the parents would be opposed to a ban?
So, Lisa, some parents are against the bans because they feel like their children need to have a cell phone on them at all times in case of an emergency. But we spoke to the leader of one advocacy group called Phone Free New York, and he told us that in an emergency, children need to follow the instructions of the adult in the room and not be on a cell phone. So while some parents feel like a cell phone is necessary at all times, advocacy groups push back on that and say if there is a crisis, your child really needs to be looking up, looking at the adult in the room, and not have their head down on social media or on their phones.
In Connecticut, I know the state only recommends that schools implement a ban. Is that recommendation enough, or are more states finding that they need to actually impose a ban instead?
So it's interesting. According to one analysis by Education Week, at least 19 states across the country now have some sort of ban, restriction, or recommendation for student cell phone use. But what we're noticing here, it's in some parts of the Northeast, particularly, let's use New Jersey, for example. There are quite a few school districts here that have a recommended cell phone policy that limits how often students can use their cell phone during a school day. But now you have New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy calling for a statewide policy. So that seems to suggest that at the state level, leaders feel that recommendations some districts are doing may not be enough, and there actually needs to be a little bit more oversight with limiting how often kids are able to access their phone during a school day.
There's also such a wide variety of there's kind of a scale. It's like maybe not an outright ban, maybe there's, certain restrictions. In addition to that, magnetized pouch system in Ramsey, New Jersey, what are some other ways that districts are banning cell phones logistically?
So we've seen some districts, they have a policy where teachers are allowed to collect cell phones at the beginning of classroom instruction. They collect phones in a bin or in a large bag, and then they distribute the cell phones back at the end of class. We also have other policies where students are expected to place their phones in a general area in the classroom, and then at the end of the classroom period, they're allowed to come pick them up. Other districts seem to have a much more lax policy where they allow students to keep their phones on them, but the rule is that if your phone makes an audible noise, you can face some sort of penalty, whether that's eventually getting your phone taken away or being taken out of the classroom. But what we have noticed, what we've heard from some educators, is that some of these policies have not worked and they've not had good results because kids ultimately, if they find a way to keep their phone on them in some cases, and if they do so, they're catching students on social media or on the internet during important classroom instruction.
Is the common theme here the main goal to keep students more focused on school?
It appears to be. I think the ultimate goal of any classroom ban that we're hearing from educators, it's to make sure students are understanding and comprehending what they're learning in the classroom. I spoke with one teacher here at Ramsey High School. She's a math teacher, and she said beginning in 2010, 2011, she really started to notice with the rise in popularity of the iPhone that student engagement started to drop off because it essentially puts a mini computer in everyone's pocket, in everyone's book bag. So she noticed students were, always on the internet, always checking social media. And that was the era when social media apps really started to take off. And she says it's gotten even worse ever since. Kids feel pressured by what they see online. Of course, there's the bullying conversation. And ultimately, what she wants to know is that when students enter her classroom, they can have their minds free to learn and focus. And I thought it was pretty interesting that she said, as a teacher, she can tell when students are not listening. She says she's taught certain curriculum, and at the end of that curriculum, she'll ask students, well, what questions do you have, or what do you remember? And she said students will look back with her with their eyes are glazed over and they don't have anything to ask. And she says, that's when I know they weren't listening. Now, only 2 weeks in to this cell phone policy here at Ramsey High School, she feels like she's getting better questions. Students are following the lesson from start to finish. And so for her and several other educators, the ultimate goal is not to keep students from something they love. Everyone knows kids love to talk on their phone. They love to keep in touch with their peers. They need to have access to their parents. Teachers get that. But when they come to school, educators want to know that kids are learning and that they're absorbing the information being shared with them.
Are you hearing that there's also some hope that maybe this can help cut down on the negatives of social media, including bullying?
I think there's definitely hope from some educators that behavioral aspects will be improved through cell phone bans and through cell phone policies. Bullying is something that all school districts across the country have had to deal with more and more in recent years. And one thing that we heard from some teenage girls here in New Jersey is that, there's less pressure knowing that their phone is stowed away and they don't have to worry about who's commenting on what picture, what social groups may be hanging out, because they know everybody, including themselves, are off their cell phone from the start of the school day till the very end. So, here at Ramsey High School, the superintendent said they weren't really dealing with a bullying issue, but he said he does believe that policies like this can certainly help other schools and other districts, fix behavioral problems.
Fox's CB Cotton, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Lisa, for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly. With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
News, I'm Sue Gussman. The White House says Colombia has agreed to accept U.S. military flights deporting migrants after President Trump threatened to impose 25% tariffs. 2 flights of deported Colombian nationals have been stopped from landing. U.S. Border Czar Tom Homan.
In the country illegally, you're on the table. Because it's not okay to, violate laws of this country. You got to remember, every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8, United States Code 1325. It's a crime.
President Trump wants to revamp or eliminate the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
He's saying that in the way that we administer these resources, some of which is coming from the federal level, some of which is coming from the state level, we've got to get the bureaucrats out of the way and get the aid to the people who need it most.
Vice President J.D. Vance, the president signing an executive order Sunday ordering a review of FEMA operations. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The matchup for Super Bowl 59 is set. In the AFC Championship game, it was the Kansas City Chiefs and Buffalo Bills meeting in the playoffs for the 4th time in the last 5 years. And just like each of the first 3 meetings, it was the Chiefs coming out on top, as Harrison Butker's 35-yard field goal with 3:33 to play gives KC the 32-29 win. They'll now look to become the first team in the Super Bowl era to win 3 championships in a row. And their opponents will be the same team that they beat in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, the Eagles. Philadelphia with a 55-23 win over the Washington Commanders in the NFC title game. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I don't think you need 3.5, 4 weeks. 4 weeks for some teams to get the playoffs started. I'm with Joel Klatt. I don't know if you move the Army-Navy game to week 0 or you play the Army-Navy game at 11 a.m. Central and start the college football playoff starting at 2:30, where the Army-Navy still gets its own window, but you have playoff games that weekend. I do think starting a week earlier could help this thing move along and feel like you didn't leave one season and enter a second season. It's almost a blending into the season like you see with the NFL playoffs. I'm also going to exclude in what I'm talking about here any additional teams to the playoff. It's going to happen. It's only a matter of will it be 14 or 16 total. So I think it's fine. I'm all for more teams and more playoff games and more meaningful games in November for more teams. So I got no big objection to 14 or 16. That's going to happen regardless of what I say.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown. This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stock markets coming off a week where the S&P saw its best start to a presidential term since Ronald Reagan was sworn in back in 1985. It's unclear if those gains will hold. Once big tech companies start reporting their earnings this week, investors are eager to see whether demand for artificial intelligence will live up to sky-high expectations. And investors also watching for possible negative impact on the economy from tariffs and mass deportations. The Fed is meeting this week, and after cutting rates a few times in late 2024, policymakers expected to hold rates steady this time around. New life for the Container Store that has won court approval to exit bankruptcy a little more than a month after filing Chapter 11. It will now enact a lender-backed plan that will help it cut debt and bring in fresh capital. The restructuring gives the Texas-based seller of closet organizers and storage bins a fresh start after struggling with declining sales. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
All right, you said bye-bye to big government and you want limited government. You voted for that. Well, now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. If you are still using the big carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, I ask, why are you doing that? Because my cell phone company, Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company, gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers. You get the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and they're based here in the U.S., and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Now, that's right. There's simply no need to spend $85, $100 a month per person on your wireless bill. Not when you can get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. And by the way, the average family of four saves about $1,000 a year with Pure Talk. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250. You say the keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 keyword save now from our friends at Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Do you have an idea for a book? Fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. That's 800-879-4098.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, January 27th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. As the Super Bowl is officially set.
E-L-D-S, Eagles!
Yeah.
Under center on first down. He pitches it out to Barkley. Takes off to the outside. He's at the 50. He's at the 40. He's at the 30. He's going to go. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley. 60 yards on his opening touch.
He touched it, and he took it to the house. It's as simple as that.
Dawn, good morning. How are you?
I'm awesome. Eagles crushed it. It's great.
Oh, my goodness.
Woo!
What a day. Gregory.
Another week. Let's get this thing started. Hey, did the Eagles fans burn the city down last night?
Are the poles greased?
Well, of course.
No, he's
Poles
gotta
were
grease the
greased.
pole.
Some people, they should have that as an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
Because
We have some of the... Go over to YouTube right now. You can see some of the footage. Thanks to... Look at this guy with a Hurts jersey climbing the pole right now as we speak.
I mean, that takes some talent, not for nothing.
It does. Right up on the...
Patty LaBelle way.
I mean, this isn't too far from us.
No, look at the cop right there. He's like, this mother bleeper.
This guy.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
There he goes. And now he's been grabbed.
Yep.
He did a better job grabbing Hurts than the Commanders did.
There was a shot. Phil, I don't know if you have it. I don't know if you previewed these. But there was a shot of, oh, yeah, that's a good one. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. It's good hip gyrations right there.
Right outside of City Hall.
Yeah.
There was a shot of all of Broad Street, it's taken from above. It is like there was. Look at that. Look at that in front of City Hall.
And that's just after getting to the Super Bowl.
I know.
Not winning.
I mean, you can't say that this fan base here aren't the greatest fans in the world.
Yep.
I mean, honestly.
They are.
Who else would do this?
Yep.
And by the way, he not only
Look at that.
climbed the pole,
Yeah.
once he got to the top, he read Inner Peace.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was another guy, but yes, you're correct.
But
You
did
know?
he find inner peace? As we all seek that.
That
in
is
this life.
insanity.
Oh, man. All right, so we get 2 weeks of Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce, Taylor Swift, Donna Kelce. Can I go? Can I just cryogenically freeze myself until February 9th? Not sure I can tolerate much more of this, but we'll do it again.
Between this and all the news that happened over the weekend, as far as like political stuff.
Yeah.
My God.
I know.
What a Monday.
Yeah. Today will be a layup, but they all are. Kayal and Company, let's get it going. We got a lot to get to. Speaking of deportations in the border, some interesting local stuff that I was alerted to on Saturday. That'll be the theme of the Big Take in New Jersey. Hegseth is in. Nome is in. Tulsi and Bobby, you are now on the hot seat. We'll talk about that.
Hegseth in, but barely.
I know. By like a
vice president.
By a J.D. Vance eyelash.
Just
He was so J.D. Vance was so funny. He goes, I thought I was done voting in the Senate. That was kind of fun.
Just think about this, guys. If PA had gone a different way, Hegseth would not have gotten in.
Well said.
I mean, the Senate.
Correct.
You did that, Pennsylvania.
Yep, no doubt. Also, the CIA says, yeah, COVID lab leak. Yeah, probably. Yeah. All of you that were censored for saying that 5 years ago and deplatformed, yeah, you were probably right.
All right, hang on. I know the headline says that, but did they say that?
No,
it was kind of
it's more of this.
Hey, not for nothing, they basically did, Greg.
No, it was the same report. It was the same report that said low confidence. I mean, look, I know it. I know that's where it came from.
Yeah.
Any smart person knows what it came from.
Yeah.
But like this report that was released was nothing more than something that wasn't released or that was released 2 years ago.
It felt like a lot like
different.
Well, no, it's just that now that you saw it again, it was in the New York Times. I saw it before I saw it in the Times. I saw it in Politico, and I'm just like, yeah, I mean,
but they ran with it before.
Yeah, I'm more upset. I don't care. I already know where I think it came from. I just hated the fact that you were silenced for sharing that viewpoint.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that what we saw was not anything new.
Right.
It was something that was released before.
Correct.
Or that was leaked before.
Yeah.
It's just now that
repackaged.
Yes, it's just been repackaged, and it's like, look, it's a different era. It's not really.
All right. Drones, they are back, and in Montgomery County, a mom mimics Elon Musk.
Allegedly.
I mean,
we got the footage.
I mean, it's not allegedly. She does it.
Yeah.
It's.
We'll have to talk about this. Maybe we could do a side-by-side. Phil, see if you can grab the original Elon Musk video, and we'll do a little compare and contrast. We'll break down the tape.
Uh-oh.
As they like to say.
Break down the tape.
Yes. All right, but before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:06. The Great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. This Monday morning, January 27th. We're in the 40s, so feeling good weather-wise. Sponsored by Kitchen Magic this Monday morning. We'll talk about our Eagles and the road to the big game. But first, I want to talk about what was going on in Philadelphia. Not all celebratory, not all good. A man recovering after he was stabbed during an argument in a parking lot just outside Lincoln Financial Field following the Philadelphia Eagles win over the Washington Commanders in the NFC Championship game. So here's what police are telling us. It happened along the 3600 South 11th Street. That's around the area it happened. Police say a 25-year-old man and a 35-year-old man started to argue. The younger guy then stabbed him in the right leg. He was taken to the hospital, placed in stable condition. And so police say they have since made an arrest. I don't have any further information on that one. We also have multiple people. They were injured after a car drove through a crowd in North Philadelphia. This happened last night. Police saying that driver struck a group of people right there on North Broad and Spring Garden Streets. This was obviously during the celebrations. 9:30-ish last night, and they ended up taking people to the hospital. So police say that they do have a suspect in custody. They don't believe this person actually intended to do some kind of act of terrorism, something of that nature.
Oh, that's good.
So we don't know the circumstances of what happened here, but this happened, obviously, as Eagles fans across Philadelphia, across the region, were out in the streets, out on the polls, celebrating the team earning the Super Bowl win and really crushing the Commanders in that NFC Championship game. 55-23, that's the final score. And then we all got to sit back, as our Eagles did. Everybody watched as the Chiefs took down the Bills. That was
game.
closer,
Yeah,
32-29.
Game was rigged.
In the AFC.
Total rig job.
Boy.
Buffalo Bills fans actually have just been sent paperwork. They've been they're being sued by Dominion for $787 million after questioning the outcome.
By the way, I'm not saying this as like what I think is going to happen with the outcome of the Super Bowl. I'm just saying the AFC far superior than the NFC. I mean, you
quarterback play is just unreal.
It is not a stretch to say the Eagles. The Eagles kind of cakewalked into the Super Bowl.
I think Eagles are by far the better team.
Agreed.
But Mahomes and Allen.
Agreed.
My God, I could watch those two. It's like Manning Brady again.
Yep.
God, it's great. It's quarterback porn. I love it. My wife's like, "Are you excited?" I go, "You have no idea right now."
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, speaking of the Eagles, did you see the Eagles fan yesterday walking to the stadium? He had a shopping cart, and on the bottom of the cart, like where you put your case of water, he had a bunch of alcoholic beverages like Twisted Tea and like other seltzers. But then in the shopping cart, he had like a bunch of what do they call those little things you can like when you're catering an event at your house for a holiday, those sternos?
Sternos, yeah.
And he's got a pig roast going while he's pushing the shopping cart in the heart of his shopping cart. So there's like a monstrous piece of pork cooking while he's walking with it.
That is the epitome of multitasking.
I love that man.
So
get him booked for the show.
So the Super Bowl, if you haven't heard, Super Bowl 59 will be held Sunday, February 9th at the Superdome in Nolens, 6:30 p.m., televised on Fox. I saw at one point I was looking at tickets last night, then this morning, because they went on sale immediately. They're well over $4,500 a ticket.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Hopefully the chief of police in New Orleans will be able to handle a big event this time.
Oh, God. Don't even say that, right?
34 days later.
So we'll talk about all the stats. The Chiefs are back-to-back Super Bowl champs. Eagles are all that stands in their way from a three-peat. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, all of them. They have now made it to the Super Bowl in 5 of the last seasons.
Fulton Jack has already weighed in at 6:10 this morning and said the Chiefs will crush the Eagles.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Now, what? Could we just have a morning where we just feel good and celebrate?
No, there's no feeling good. I throw grenades. That's my job, lady.
Yeah. I'm sick. I'm so sick of the Chiefs. Everything about it. I've got Chiefs fatigue.
Phil has the video you were just referencing.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
That's a disaster waiting to happen.
This guy's literally walking with a flaming pig.
Yeah.
Was he
I don't know what he was doing. Is that mustard in his hand?
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Looks like he's carrying a bottle of mustard.
Oh, no.
It's well on pork.
You guys crack me up. Well, there's a lot of other news, believe it or not, over the weekend. So we have four more Jewish girls, Israeli girls, young ladies released as Hamas hostages. A lot going on in the Middle East, and that's with President Trump as well. Pete Hegseth, as we mentioned, Secretary of Defense, just got in. That was Friday night. We had told you Marco Rubio was Secretary of State Friday, right? Who's on first? He was already... I'm losing track of everybody because we have so much. Trump on Friday into Saturday fired all of these IGs, these inspector generals, I believe 17. And I saw that Senator Chuck Schumer was losing his mind over these IGs being fired.
It's not just Schumer. Grassley came out and said, I want to see.
So my husband, this is my work husband. My husband said the same thing.
Yeah. Well, journalist lady, I mean, report all the news, not just what Democrats are saying.
Well, Schumer was louder about it, but you're right. There were multiple people, but yes, Grassley was one of them as well. Concerned about the IGs, checks and balances, that sort of thing. So I know that we'll talk about that one.
I love what he did to Colombia. Colombia's like, we're not going to take back, deported citizens. Threatens a tariff of 25% again, and within like 90 minutes, the leader of whatever his title is, the president, was like, all right, on second thought.
There's a report that it's because of military planes, though, because we sent the hostages over on military planes, and you can't just, that would infringe on their sovereignty. You can't just land a military plane into, without declaring something.
But you can land a plane at Logan Airport with the illegal immigrants.
You can.
So you don't think we told them that we?
I'm not. No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's a report that it was that this was all over a military. The fact that a military plane, if they would have sent a chartered flight over there, it would have been a non-deal because we've done it in the past.
So how do we ship them back? Do we go to Amazon and just ask for bubble wrap?
Colombia's president, when Trump, called him and said, "Yo, you 25% tariffs." The president said he will send his own private plane if need be, but they will accept them. And to Greg's point,
I'll drive them myself. I'll run a. I've driven a U-Haul. I've driven a U-Haul from Tennessee to Allentown. I can do it. Just give me the chance.
Where we left off. So Friday when we left off, we were talking about the fact that President Donald J. Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, they were making their first trip since Trump's inauguration, which, by the way, was technically less than 1 week from right now. He was just sworn in.
He's done more in a week
than
the Biden administration did in 4 years.
Oh, my goodness.
It's crazy. It's crazy to think about.
It really is.
So that was since we left off. So Friday, they go to these areas in our country devastated by the natural disasters. So that was late Friday morning. The Trumps landed in western North Carolina, where the recovery efforts, as we know, they're still hurting there. Rough winter, and that after Hurricane Helene ripped through that area last year. So Trump harshly criticizing FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and he's promising a lot of aid. And I know we'll talk about this moving forward. Then goes to California, Southern California, which, as you well know, has been ravaged by these horrible wildfires, deadly wildfires. And when the president and first lady got off the plane, the first to greet them, Governor Gavin Newsom.
Oh, never misses a photo op, does he?
So it was a brilliant move, I would say, as far as Newsom greeting him and Trump promising as well that they'll help California rebuild. But they weren't done yet. I mean, over the weekend, he's in Nevada with a campaign-style huge rally in Vegas. Lots of breakdown there. And I will point out that as well, President Trump did address via video the 52nd annual March for Life rally in D.C. Friday. And there was also the speakers in person at the March for Life rally. That was Vice President Vance. We had House Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune. They also spoke at the big rally. A lot going on. I know that we'll get into this, but on the cover of the Philadelphia Inquirer now for a couple days now, the supervisor of a town in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, she has resigned after that video that she posted, and she appears to mimic Elon Musk's what many had said was a Nazi salute that went viral. So Musk obviously had said that this, and he actually had it posted or pinned on his X feed, that he had said that absolutely this was not anything other than him putting his hand on his heart and saying something like, "You have my heart goes out to you." So in this one, even I will point out to you the ADL came out and said that basically Musk should have the benefit of the doubt. It was an awkward gesture, although the ADL did then come out and criticize him as he had put out what I guess he was intending over the weekend to make some Nazi puns.
Benjamin,
this is Holocaust right now, a Memorial Day, a commemoration, 80-year commemoration, and so it's all a very bad look.
Yeah, Bibi Netanyahu had no problem with it. He said it was like basically they're trying to defame Elon Musk. So all the people that aren't Jewish, I mean, like if Bibi Netanyahu says we're good, just relax.
I can't believe it is Monday, January 27th, and we are still talking about something that happened a week ago. Yeah. That wasn't what everybody thought it was.
Right. I know. Well, it's because it's Elon Musk.
The way we run with fake stories is just astounding.
I don't even
shouldn't
think
be
that
shocked.
I don't even
I'm
think
sorry,
that it's
man.
fake, though. It's just I don't understand why people interpret that to. I mean, does it somewhat generally resemble it? Yes, when taken out of context. But when you watch the full context of it, it's just. Let me ask you this: if Elon Musk never aligns himself with Donald Trump, if Elon Musk was still left of center and not involved in politics and did that, is that a story 7 days later?
No,
of course not.
Well, I think I think perhaps we probably wouldn't be talking about Elon Musk except for this Montgomery County woman,
right?
Who then apparently.
Since we're talking about it now, can we play the video?
Yeah, checking in on my friends who are struggling this week.
What's her name?
Laura Smith, Republican.
My heart goes out to you.
And vice chair
Hope
of the
you're doing okay.
Talmenson Township Board of Supervisors.
And she resigned, or she was fired for doing that?
Well, she resigned. She put out a statement. Now, she said that this was widely sort of exaggerated. I think she was trying to make an exaggerated point. You know, I think.
You think she was aware of what she was doing, like in light of the news cycle, or is that a completely oblivious?
Nobody knows. I think that she was. I think the truth. I mean, I think the truth is she was trying to be sarcastic, as far as making fun of the media doing this to Elon Musk.
Yeah.
But
her
the way
official
that
title is what? Talmenson Township Supervisor.
Yeah, she's a supervisor and she works for the library.
Oh, for
or has
God's
a position
sake.
with the library.
Yeah.
So I think the problem here is we have had anti-Semitism in this country on our college campuses. Today, as I speak, more than 50 survivors of the Nazi death camp at Auschwitz-Birkenau returning to that site today to remember the day that it was finally liberated. This day, January 27th, 1945, and liberated by many of our heroes, our patriots, U.S. and allied forces who freed them there. And so it's an important day to think about what happened. But I think it's more real than ever to people when you think about the fact that we still have hostages that were taken as prisoners by terrorists in Israel and just had more released over the weekend. So I think that, in many ways, I know the ADL had been contacted and they were just saying it was just insensitive. Nobody's accusing this lady of supporting Nazis, obviously.
Yeah.
But
She shouldn't have resigned.
Agreed.
Works at a library. She runs a nonprofit.
Amen.
And she's out there in the by North Penn High School. I'd have been like, I'm not quitting.
Yeah.
You want to fire me? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that she felt pressured perhaps by her own party because of upcoming municipal elections. And so what I suspect behind the scenes and what I'm hearing is that the Republican Party pressured her.
Well, yeah, she's the Republican chair, right?
So that's what I'm getting out of all of this, because I agree with you. It was a teachable moment for her to, come out, speak about it. Go to the library today, talk about what happened 80 years ago today, bring forth even World War II soldiers who could, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
and host an event and have a conversation.
Yep.
So we have that going on. So much going on today for sure here on Kayal & Company, sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Just go to kitchenmagic.com. Start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. Kitchenmagic.com. 42 degrees today on your Monday. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next on this Monday morning, a big take with local flavor, courtesy of the School District of Vineland, New Jersey. And we're talking about mass deportations in the schools. The details in the big take next on Kayal & Company.
Unlock your savings potential in 2025 with a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account and earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Did you know this is the busiest season for plumbers? All the parties, tons of people eating at one house. That's when garbage disposals get treated like wood choppers and pipes get backed up like the airport at Thanksgiving. Blah. But don't worry. Horizon Services has the experts in same-day service to handle it all. Clogs, leaks, busted pipes. And right now you'll get $50 off any plumbing repair. Horizon will also give you up to $400 off any water heater installation. I mean, if you like hot showers. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Calling Unlimited Town. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Feeling very good on a Monday morning. Hopefully all of you are as well. Kayal and company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Big take coming up in just a moment. We'll get into Pete Hegseth, Kristi Noem, what lies ahead for RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard this week, as well as drones have returned yet again. And that's just before we get to the cut sheet this morning. So buckle up. We are ready for a good one because there is so many things to talk about, including the Monday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Robert Half, getting schooled on deporting students. Classes in session with Tom Homan and ICE, and it started with the most violent, dangerous, convicted criminal illegal aliens in this country, and it will go from there down to those who are illegal but don't pose a threat. That would include children, and the schools are already making headlines with the media and the Democrats Friday into Saturday, and this was to be expected. We said this would happen, but the truth is Americans voted for this and largely do not care. But it's happening locally and nationally. On Saturday morning, I was alerted to a tip from a source who sent me the following screenshots from the Vineland School District in New Jersey, and the source who texted me was sent these directly from his sister, who is employed by the school district as a teacher. Phil, if you could, please post these screenshots and we will rotate through them for the YouTube audience. The staff letter reads as follows. Dear staff, as your superintendent, I want to remind you that our top priority is to make sure every student, regardless of immigration status, national origin, or religion, feels safe and supported in our schools. This is not only the right thing to do, but it's also a legal responsibility. Key updates on immigration policies, quote, changes to immigration enforcement. The recent shift in federal policies means that ICE can now conduct arrests at sensitive locations, including schools. This can create fear and anxiety amongst our students and families. New Jersey's stance. New Jersey is a sanctuary state, meaning we limit cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. However, there may be legal challenges from federal authorities. I also received a screenshot of a text between my source and his sister, which said the following, quote, in an apparent rebuke to President Trump over his immigration policies, Governor Murphy urged schools to develop a plan in case ICE shows up. Can't stand Murphy. Several of us are so sick of it. Taxpayer money being spent to train teachers on how to break the law. And with that, the first accusation came to light. From New Jersey to Chicago we go. Fox News' Bill Malugin rebuking the following report from ABC7 in the Windy City with a breaking update on Friday that said Chicago public school officials claim U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents were denied entry to a Southside elementary school on Friday morning. Although, according to Malugin, quote, a DHS spokesperson tells me there were no immigration enforcement actions at or near a school today in Chicago. ICE has also denied CPS claims that they were at the school. And under the category of to be expected, we had MSNBC's Morning Joe on Friday platforming washed-up race hustler Al Sharpton, who said the following. Listen and watch.
So sending a very extreme message to a lot of people who are really scared.
Very, very, very scared. And I might add that when you look at the fact that there's a serious element of profiling here, that we're looking for people of a certain black or brown color, when we're looking at the fact that this is a president who has told law enforcement be tougher on people and don't even put their heads down when you're throwing them into police vans. He's openly endorsed police brutality, so I would assume that would go with ICE as well. It's a nightmare for the civil liberties and civil rights of people. Coming on the back of him trying to deal with those that are born here being denied citizenship, going back to the Dred Scott decision. So I think that if this was a cocktail, it would be all of the toxic, poisonous things you would not want to drink. And I think that he's doing this, and he hasn't even been president for a week.
Right.
Yes, Al, this is actually, you're correct. This is targeted. ICE enforcement is exactly that. It's targeted. It's profiling. They know exactly the people they're looking for. Of course it's targeted. Doesn't matter if they're Hispanic, Asian, Middle Eastern. All that matters is the fact that you are here illegally. That's where the profiling and the targeting starts and ends. Doesn't matter the color of your skin or your nationality or your religion. Only the small-minded entry-level thinker that was categorically rejected this past November in the election buys what that dinosaur is selling anymore. And speaking of individuals that have had it with the Democrats and their immigration policies, Stephen A. Smith of ESPN was a guest of Bill Maher's show on Friday night on HBO, and he butted heads with Democrat Ro Khanna, who is usually a very sensible, level-headed Democrat from California over immigration. Listen and watch this pro-deportation stance from Smith.
If I remember correctly, based on my research, in Sacramento in 2023, there was a law passed in terms of empowering the governor of California to really force environmentalists and the courts to move quickly, 270 days, if I remember correctly, something along those lines. Why do I bring something like that up with a subject like this? Because here in your state, they can drag their feet and prolong certain things. And as a result of that, things don't get done nearly as fast as they should. When we're talking about immigration and we're talking about immigrants who may be criminals, you're talking about them being arrested. Let's have due process. But if it takes too damn long to address it, that pisses people off. That's one of the problems that exist in this country. You're looking at stuff and you're like, okay, you arrested him. Was he in jail? All right, you let him out. Recidivism is an issue in this country. You let somebody, you arrest them, you're letting them out the same day, stuff like that. You got law enforcement officials that are getting discouraged because they're looking at it and they're saying, wait a minute, why are we out here risking our life and taking care of this stuff when y'all are just letting people out? You got to handle business. And a lot of times we hear about the red tape and all of that stuff, and you're talking about a candidate right now who now happens to be the president of the United States now. He's sitting up there and he's talking about expediting the process at every turn. Let's just get stuff done. Let's just get it done. Now, I don't know if I trust that. I don't blame you for not trusting it. But we have to understand the American people are saying, you know what, enough's enough. We've tried it that way. We've been doing it that way for decades. We sick of y'all. Let's wait. Let's go through the process. Let's arrest somebody. Let's let them out. Let's put them back out on the streets. Oh, let's make sure they have due process. You think somebody wants to hear about due process with somebody that's in this country illegally? I don't want to hear that. You in the country illegally. Hell with your process. Yeah. You got the audacity to admit a crime after you got here illegally? We ain't trying to hear that. Nobody's trying to hear that. So they're saying, wait a minute, what are you going to do about it? Where is the common sense in that?
Amen to that. Progressives are so regressive now that they prioritize illegal criminals over law-abiding citizens. And yes, on Sunday, we received the update just yesterday on the Chicago school that claimed ICE showed up. And guess what? They made a mistake. Chicago Public Schools say it falsely stated ICE agents came to an elementary school out of fear. Chicago Public School leaders shared that immigration and customs enforcement agents showed up Friday morning at Hamline Elementary School. After our, quote, district officials shared public statements, we learned that the agents who visited the school were actually from the United States Secret Service. Our original communication was a result of a misunderstanding reflective of the fear and concerns in the community amid the new administration's focus on undocumented immigrants, end quote. Also, just another misunderstanding, right? I'm pretty sure, by the way, that the Secret Service, they dress a lot different than ICE does. But you know what? You can keep rushing to judgment, peddling fear over facts, being emotional at the expense of enlightenment. But the reality is this. Donald Trump and Tom Homan said from day one that this was going to happen, and Americans wanted it, and they're getting it. And those who are pushing fear and misinformation or downright propaganda at the expense of what the law says will largely be mocked or ignored because they are now the minority viewpoint in this country. And America is getting safer by the day. And to be against that is just downright silly. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. So I'm going to get your thoughts on this one, Dawn. We've got the local stuff here in Vineland, New Jersey, and then, of course, Chicago, which you're very familiar with. How do you mistakenly identify the United States Secret Service for an ICE enforcement officer and then hit the panic button, sound off all the alarms, and, of course, less than 48 hours later you say, it was a misunderstanding, false alarm here?
Yeah, I think it's top of mind. It's the narrative that we've been talking about since Trump was sworn in, that this is the narrative across our region. We talked about, North Penn last week. I will say at one point, if you know that, my question is for our schools, are you telling me that you never had a protocol? None of our schools apparently had a protocol for whether or not law enforcement comes in the school.
It's a great point. They just drew the policy up over the weekend, Dawn.
Yeah. So you guys talk about a lack of preparation. In other words, what if police, local, state, or federal, any of them, let's say there's, I don't know, something, there's a drug, they're dealing drugs, or there's a human trafficking, or there's something crazy. You're telling me they actually, and I'm being sarcastic because I believe they do have in place all of these plans for what happens when any kind of law enforcement needs to come in. And so, of course, they have a plan.
Or any state or government official. My wife was a social worker that investigated child abuse and child sexual abuse. And when she worked for Northampton County for 16 years, state employee, government official, she was allowed to go into schools and pull people out. So this is, and I know it's different. We're not talking about illegal immigration, but the notion that, you are protected from the state or the government or the feds in a school, even with sanctuary status, is just technically not true.
Remember in South Jersey, there was the case, and we've had this before, but in this one, it was a young woman in her 20s. And for whatever reason, she had decided to go to a high school. She had changed her identity. She was charged with all kinds of federal crimes. And then she was bullying students. There was a whole thing going on. There was a fear initially that she was trying to recruit girls then to be human trafficked. And so what do you do if you have anybody in your school, whether they're a citizen or non-citizen? In many ways, that's not the point.
Yep.
The point is that, of course, you have multiple plans. And I found this one in Pennsylvania. This is a real beauty because I did not know about some of these associations. And I'll get to it. This is the Pennsylvania Association of Pupil Services and Administrators here in Pennsylvania. And so in one of them, they talk about they have the NNN. This is an association of talking about newcomers. Okay. Remember newcomers? Remember when Biden called them newcomers?
That's right.
So in this one, they have like different clubs and game plans support. Yeah, it's the National Newcomer Network. And so they talk about the recommendations for districts and schools. So all of these different, groups now have been politicized, and they're trying to influence how schools handle, any kind of law enforcement coming in the schools. Right. And I would say, no, the Newcomers National Association, whatever, they don't have a right to interfere with how law enforcement is going to deal with any kind of alleged criminal activity that is believed to be in a school. Obviously, I don't think that we're going to have like these reckless raids like going through, kindergarten.
I mean, do they really? I know that's what they're trying to sell us. Like, hey, Tom Homan and ICE are going to show up, and they're going to go into a school with a 10-year-old kid in 5th grade, and what are they going to do? Walk right into the classroom and zip tie him and throw a bag over his head? Like, yeah, we're not going to waterboard the kid, for God's sakes. They just want to make it sound like it's like the boogeyman's coming to get you. And Homan said in that interview a while back, and I can't even remember which one it was because he's done about 13,000 interviews, but he did say there will not be separation of the child from the parent. They're all going to go back together, right?
Yeah,
right. So,
they
can throw that out.
And they just, what they're trying to do, I think, is they're trying to change the images across the country. And there were people, across the country over the weekend, they had multiple arrests where these individuals that ICE is rounding up, these are violent predators. And people in the community, many of whom, by the way, are Hispanic, are coming up to the ICE officers and saying, thank you.
Right. Yep.
And they just want to erase those images, and they want all the media to talk about, oh, they're going to come in the schools. No, they're trying to eradicate our communities of the most violent, predators who are here illegally. That's what's going on.
Democrats created this problem by flooding the border 4 years ago. Republicans are cleaning it up. and doing it by almost any means necessary, and they're the bad guys and vilified for it. That's the recap. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Pete Hegseth is in. Christy Nome is in. But will Tulsi or Bobby face the same staunch pushback that Hegseth did? We find out this week, and we discuss that next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. for mushroomy, bacony goodness? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford white water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
If you can't, then it doesn't matter anyway. You will never
6:48. Kayal and Company live on a Monday morning. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. What's on the cut sheet just about an hour from now, and we will talk some Eagles and some Super Bowl with Harry Mays coming up at 9:30 this morning. But in are the Eagles and Chiefs, and so are Pete Hegseth and Kristi Noem, as those stories developed on Friday into the weekend. And I totally forgot about J.D. Vance's quote probably back in December before Christmas, where he said verbatim, I've got this story courtesy of Axios, Pete isn't 100% dead, but he might be 90% dead. That was J.D. Vance's quote at the start of December, back when this process started and guys like Fetterman started having the private meetings and vetting Mr. Hegseth.
It wasn't an easy it wasn't an easy road for him, but you get through the way you get through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's the power of the vice president. He's the tiebreaker there. So he did. Do you want to see some of the video of him getting sworn in on Saturday?
Yeah.
This is cut 20, Phil, if you have it, please. Getting sworn in with his family by his side. By J.D. Vance. Roll it. Sorry.
I, Pete Hegseth,
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
How many kids does he have?
support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help you God? So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
There you go. Duty. You know, it's interesting is, Trump a lot of people, we played the clip in the cut sheet where, Trump was saying, hey, you're going to have to fight and they're going to come after you from every single angle. But Axios behind the scenes said that it was really J.D. Vance that told him to get out there with the allegations, take them head on, take your medicine, so to speak, on TV and just keep doing the whole process of fighting through every interview, fighting through these Senate confirmation hearings. They're going to come swinging at you. And obviously it was nip and tuck, and this was about as razor thin as it gets. Not the same case for Kristi Noem, who got through as well, and she will obviously be heading up the Department of Homeland Security, taking over for Alejandro Mayorkas. She was 59-34 was that vote.
Well, what's interesting is who voted for her. Fetterman voted for her.
And Andy Kim in New
Yeah.
Jersey.
Yeah, there was 8 Democrats?
Seven local Democrats. Yeah.
Interesting.
Fetterman, Kane, Kim, Peter, Shaheen, Hassan, and Slotkin from Michigan. That's a
Wow.
shocker.
So Fetterman couldn't vote for Pete Hegseth, but he could vote for the dog killer?
That's kind of interesting, is it not?
It is to me.
And I'm still shocked. I really am. And I maybe we shouldn't be. And I know people are like, oh, well, Fetterman, he's never going to be a Republican. We get that. He's also not an Eagle fan. He tweeted yesterday him with a hat on. I've always been an Eagles fan. No, you're a Democrat and you're a Steeler guy. We know that.
Yeah.
Do you think, though, that either one will deal with, and by either one, I mean Tulsi and Bobby. Dawn, I'll start with you. Do you think either one are going to get the same level of vitriol and pushback and resistance that Pete Hegseth got?
Especially Tulsi. especially Tulsi Gabbard.
You think Tulsi will be worse than Bobby as far as really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They fear her.
Yeah, it's not going to be. It's going to be.
It's going to be an ugly week. Folks.
I am on record saying I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is going to get through. I think Bobby could. I think he has a better shot than Tulsi. But I don't think Tulsi. I mean,
but Dawn, you say something interesting there. They fear her more than Bobby. Okay, but don't they have more quote stuff on Bobby Kennedy? What do they really have on Tulsi Gabbard? Other than those semi-fugazi allegations of, what was it, Syria or something in the Middle East? I mean, Bobby Kennedy's an open book, and nothing will be a bombshell revelation. Nothing will be new, but they will continue to go back to the well because that's what they do, right? Like, I mean, they talk about January 6th all the time. You know they're going to bring up all of Bobby Kennedy's anti-vax stances and his claims of this and his claims of that and the dead boar carcass and all these other stories that are out there, right?
Yeah, I think that the reason that they find her threatening has nothing to do with her credentials or her service in the U.S. military. It has to do with the fact that she is popular. And that she left she left them. She rejected them.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of Republicans that vote against her too. A lot.
Yeah, because I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that she is extremely popular.
And they're both defectors from the Democrat Party.
They are defectors, but also there are so many knives in everybody's back. I mean, today I was just looking when you were talking, of the headline. Well, I mean, first of all, they saved these two. They weren't in the first rounds because they knew that they would have the toughest road.
And Kash Patel, by the way, as well.
And Kash Patel. But the there's a headline in Newsweek: ex-British spy chief raises critical questions about Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, so, British spy chief.
Yeah, who's an expert? Whatever. I mean, they're going to try to say that why did Hillary Clinton find her to be such a threat? As far as, didn't Hillary allegedly call her this Russian asset, etc.?
Right. So did Kamala.
Yeah. So they.
I think they're terrified of Kash Patel. Kash
for
Patel
a different reason.
Yeah, but he's just come out. I mean, obviously it's a lot of lip service. Yeah, he wants to turn one of the Hoover building into a museum on day one. Yeah, I still love that clip of where he's genuinely being inquisitive because he admits he doesn't know everything about running an agency like the FBI. He's like, why do I have 7,000 employees in an office? You're cops. Go out there and do cop work.
Kash Patel will have a much easier time than Bobby and Tulsi.
Agreed.
Wow. Can I play one more since we're on the Pete Hex side? This is cut 19, Phil. After he was sworn in, they asked if there was any questions, and what do you think the first question was? And luckily, J.D. Vance was there to step in. Roll it, Phil.
All right, I guess that's it. Any questions?
Why should women in the armed service trust you?
Guys, let me answer that for the new secretary. All people in our armed services should trust him because he looks out for them and he's going to fight for them. And he's going to make sure that we have the kind of military that we can all be proud in, that we can all be proud of. And that, again, when we send it to do a job, we do it well, we do it quickly, and then we get the hell out. And that's what Secretary Hegseth is going to bring to the Department of Defense. Anything else?
See, if I was the reporter, I would have said, Pete, now that you're sworn in, are you going to go have a drink?
How many pops you going to have, buddy?
Exactly right. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to hour number 2. Dawn's got some news off of the top, and then the drones are back. Oh, yeah, in the Northeast, sightings on the rise again after restrictions have been lifted. When will Trump and Susie get to the bottom of it, right? Trump said, Susie, we're gonna update the people on what's going on with the drones. They were over Bedminster. I'm waiting for that answer. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. You know, these models have such sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com, Piazza, piazzapremiumautos.com, Tell them Dawn sent you.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and handmake 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
The Working Families of Long Island Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hour number 2 as we get it going here on a Monday morning, January 27th. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Take us wherever you go. Free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. As many of you love to do, hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Fire away in the comment section. Start your own show. Agree with me. Yell at Greg. Compliment Dawn for being the only reason to actually turn on YouTube. It's not for me and Greg, or Greg and I. Look at that. I just corrected myself. It's a new year.
How dare you? I'm.
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
Look at that hair.
Well, thank you. How dare you, Kayal? Speak for yourself.
Got the button-up shirt with the quarter zip. Always a good look, Stalker. Always a good look. I can say that as a man comfortable in my own skin.
Nice.
7 o'clock hour brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent at Robert Half. They know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Kind of an intro. We're going to, after the news, I want to get to these drone stories that have resurfaced and maybe a possible explanation as to what has been going on over the last couple of months before they went on this little restriction and the ban, but now they've lifted it and the sightings have started to skyrocket again. I'm going to tie that into the New York Times COVID story with the CIA coming up, but we'll do that after the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. Let's find out what's going on out there in society. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, this 7 a.m. hour, sponsored by Meineke. We are here Monday morning, January 27th, and it looks like 41 degrees for your high today. So we're talking about, obviously, the Philadelphia Eagles crushing the Commanders, and now we know this morning that we'll be facing the Chiefs. But there is some news to report as far as, not anything major, I would say, as far as sometimes these celebrations post-victory in cities can result in riots or multiple arrests. I don't see anything of that, anything close to that. But we do have one guy recovering from being stabbed. Apparently that started as some kind of an argument outside Lincoln Financial Field. That followed the Eagles' win over the Commanders in the NFC Championship game last night. So this happened South 11th Street, 3600 block around there. And a 25-year-old man, 35-year-old guy, they start some kind of an argument. And then the younger guy was then stabbed in his right leg, taken to the hospital. He's in stable condition. Police are not releasing much more information as far as charges, except that they do have a suspect's identity in that one. And then the other story that's still being investigated and still making headlines this morning is that we do know that several people were injured, no life-threatening injuries, but this happened when a crowd was celebrating in North Philadelphia last night, about 9:30 to 10 p.m., North Broad, Spring Garden, large crowds of police, obviously large crowds of individuals celebrating the victory. In this one, they say that even though they do have a suspect in custody, that this individual does not appear to be any kind of a situation where it's like a terrorist situation where somebody was driving in on purpose to harm people. So we're still trying to find out exactly what they think happened there, but that it was more of a crash. The police are calling this more of a car crash, and the Eagles fans were all in the streets. So we're still trying to parse through that one and figure out what happened.
You think it's bad now, or maybe we're lucky that it's only as minimal as it is. Imagine what it's going to be like on Monday, February 10th, if they win.
Yeah, I think, truthfully, I think that what they think is somebody was a little got behind the wheel and maybe they were liquored up.
Oh, you think?
You know what I mean?
After 18 Miller Lights?
And so not really a terrorist, but somebody who should not have been driving.
There's a video of Phil. I don't know if you have it. I just sent it to you. I don't know if you have it yet. Of the Eagles fan who fired a gun. Did you see that?
Yeah, and like nobody batted an eyelash, basically.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It's a sin.
It's like, I'm not going to flinch. I listen to Dawn every morning at 6:05 and 7:05. This is standard operating procedure.
Roll it, Phil. There we go. Look at that, man.
Yeah,
I believe that was a gun. Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was right behind you, dude.
Yeah,
the guy was 4 feet.
Wow,
4 feet behind you.
Hopefully, it was like one of those little low energy BB pistols, like pellets.
I don't know. Play it one more time, Phil. I don't think that was a low energy BB pistol. I think that was a gun.
That's a straight up handgun. Yeah.
There we go.
I don't know, 9mm, something to that effect.
There's a genius for you.
Yeah.
So we have we have a lot of headlines that we've been talking about this morning, and President Donald J. Trump firing those 17 inspectors general for more than a dozen federal agencies. This was what they're calling a Friday night purge, according to a Trump administration official, paving the way for Trump to install his own picks for these independent watchdog roles. And so in this one, there is criticism. A lot of Republicans are being asked about this yesterday, even this morning. And the word that we have from the White House is that there are changing priorities, and that's what led to these positions being, quote, terminated effective immediately. So this was the memo that people received. They received the memo, you're fired memo, but it's a shakeup impacting a broad swath of these federal government agencies, including the Departments of State, Energy, the Interior, Defense, and Transportation. I'll point out to you that a 2022 law requires the White House should provide a rationale for terminating any of these IG posts. And usually I believe they have to have 30 days notice from the White House. That's required by federal law. And that prompted the criticism from even Republicans. And we talked earlier about Chuck Grassley, on the Republican side, as well as Chuck Schumer. So we have these, different senators, different officials who are saying they're either concerned about it, others saying they'll wait to see what the rationale is. And then because they did not give the 30-day notice, will these somehow be reversed? I will say that there's a Congressional Research Service that says the practice has disfavored removal of these IGs during presidential transitions. And this was even going back to 1981 after President Ronald Reagan removed all inspectors general in a very controversial move following his inauguration.
So Trump did not give the 30-day notice, and he just kind of jumped the gun, so to speak.
Well, I think that we're going to hear more about this, which is why I wanted to just do a deeper dive into it, because we had mentioned it earlier, in all seriousness. So I think that we will see either clarification on this one, but I think that they're going to have to explain it, because there is that 30-day rule. That the 30-day rule was just, I believe, put into place in 2022.
Okay.
So I think there's pushback saying, well, Reagan did this back in 1981. Yeah, Reagan didn't have the law that was put into place in 2022.
Gotcha.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So we've got, and by the way, I'll just point out to you, I know you know this, but Chuck Grassley is the Senate Judiciary Chairman. So he has a lot of power in this, and he seems to be standing with Schumer as saying, well, let's take a look at this, right?
Yep.
And there's some criticism here. It's real. So we'll look at that one. We have this is Holocaust Remembrance Day, and it's important to point out that President Trump, he has announced a designation of a delegation to Poland. They will attend the commemoration of the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, and it's today, January 27th. So Steve Witkoff, who maybe you didn't know his name prior to being the special envoy to the Middle East and the release of these hostages and that deal that he helped to make and is credited with, the Honorable Steve Witkoff announced as heading this delegation that will be there today, but as well Howard Lutnick, nominee for Secretary of Commerce, obviously Pennsylvania connections with Lutnick, and they will co-lead this delegation today. So you'll see them in the headlines today. Also, Charles Kushner, who is the U.S. ambassador to France, he's the nominee there, and obviously Ivanka's husband. This is Ivanka's father-in-law.
Okay. So this is Jared's dad.
Jared's dad, famous in New Jersey, as we well know. Kushner is the one that Chris Christie put behind bars.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that whole background and the reason why Chris Christie will never, ever, although he's teased, to have a position in the Trump administration.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
It'll never happen because of Charles Kushner, okay?
Yeah, there's a better chance that Chris Christie's a spokesperson for Ozempic.
Stop. So we have this Trump delegation headed now to head the delegation as we think about this huge commemoration, 80 years. We have Trump today is going to meet with House Republicans because, after all, they need unity in the House. They have the unity in the Senate, but the House Republicans, they haven't always gotten along and sang Kumbaya together. So that's an important meeting that Trump will lead off today. What else? We had Trump and First Lady. There's so much going on as far as less than 1 week since the signing in. But we did have on Friday, we had Trump and First Lady Melania. They conducted their first real trip together since the Trump inaugural for the second term earlier in the week. So they visited two important areas devastated by natural disasters, North Carolina, and then heading out west to talk to California Governor Gavin Newsom, as, of course, we think about the horrible, deadly wildfires that have ravaged California. So Trump promising both regions that they will get federal help. And then, of course, Trump also addressed via video the 52nd Annual March for Life rally in D.C. That one, we saw Vice President Vance, House Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune also speaking to that important pro-life event. I will say, not making, maybe you haven't heard, but Trump signing another executive order that has to do with the Hyde Act and Trump removing some of the federal funding for abortions.
Okay.
So that's also making headlines this morning. Just want to bring that one to you. We are sponsored by Meineke this morning. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke. Their expert technicians are going to diagnose the problem. Find that location nearest you, Meineke.com. Of course, we're celebrating our Eagles, Super Bowl bound.
The Eagles!
And we're out of the Arctic blast. I'll point that out to you. We're in the 40s.
How great was that yesterday? Snow melting. My dog had mud all over his paws. What a great day. Carpet destroyed.
Yeah, remember we're not the underdogs anymore. I put on the mantles. We were watching the game. Remember the plastic, the dogs?
Oh, yeah. You remember the
masks?
dog masks?
So I put it on the mantle.
Yeah.
With those, it's kind of creepy, but we're not the underdogs anymore.
As far as, you mean?
You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean,
Vegas still has us as an underdog.
I was
against
just
the
going to say,
Chiefs
no,
by like a point.
The Eagles are 100% the underdogs right now.
But we were not yesterday.
But those masks actually work better than KN95 for COVID. So if you want to flatten the curve this year, just wear that old Eagles underdog mask.
I mean, the opening line right now, according to FanDuel, is a 1.5.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
I mean, it's not a huge spread.
I mean, that, and all the politicians are going to milk this for the next 2 weeks. Shapiro, Fetterman, Sherelle Parker. They're gonna be all over. They'll be on mainstream television on the sports networks these next 2 weeks. Yeah.
Well, Mayor Parker came out and was rallying, so we can't play the misspelling from. She did respell.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
She got a mea culpa?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, stop.
Saturday Night Live, 50 years.
Got to do it. They've got to get some bets going. We got to figure out who's running. The city of Kansas City, the state of Missouri. We have to go through that and get some politician wagers going on. Remember, it was what was it? Fetterman and somebody else had a wager for. What was it, 2 years ago when the Eagles were in the Super Bowl the first time around against the Chiefs? I forget who he had a bet with.
Kenny, wasn't it?
Was it Kenny? It might have been Kenny.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was definitely pre-Sherelle Parker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, she'll be more fun. She'll definitely be more fun than,
She still looks like Tracy Morgan, though.
You shut up.
I can't unsee that.
Stop it.
I cannot unburden myself from seeing that visual. Take a look at it when you get a chance one day.
No. I'm just saying no.
All right. You have a sponsor?
No, it says she did
I
it.
did it. Meineke was
my
the
fault.
sponsor.
I'm delaying us. What the hell am I doing here? All right,
Pay attention.
855-839-1210. We'll come back. And Donald Trump basically saying to the 8,000 troops that Joe Biden dismissed from the military for not being vaccinated, not only are you back in if you want in, but you're given full back pay. That's going to lead us to this CIA story as Mr. Ratcliffe has come out and made some comments about the lab leak. We'll get to that as we continue. And also, what is going on with the return of the drones? I have a theory as to what I think it might be all along, and it kind of ties into COVID. I'll explain on the other side. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Joe Cameron. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. You know, we all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
New year, new ride. Start off the new year with Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. Get fantastic finance and lease offers on a wide selection of new models. Whether you're looking to lease or finance, we have great deals to help you drive into the new year in style. Hessert Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the area. For over 40 years, the Hessert family has been a trusted part of this community. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevyCH.com.
Hessert Chevrolet! Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. An important question for all empty nesters out there. Are you wondering if this is your year to downsize? Maybe you want to know the latest trends in the real estate market that will impact how fast your home will sell. Maybe you want to know the new administration policies that will affect the value of your home. That's a lot to think about. Let my great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors answer all these questions for you at her next breakfast event for future home sellers this Saturday morning, February 1st at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. Diane unlocks the secrets to outshine the competition, boost your bottom line, take control of your equity, and sell fast, smarter, and for more. I'll be there that morning. It's always a great breakfast, great time to see you and get Diane's advice. Plus, she'll be signing copies of her new book, Model Home Mindset. So RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or visit 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you there on Saturday morning.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All through the night, I'll be awake and I'll be with you. All through the night, this precious time when time is new. All through the night today, knowing that we feel the same without saying. We have no past, we wanna reach back. Keep with me forward all through the night.
Kayal and Company, 7:25 on a Monday morning. The cut sheet inside of 20 minutes as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. We've covered a lot so far this morning, from the deportations with the ICE raids, both locally and nationally, now with schools being involved. Also, Hegseth and Nome are in. Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel on the griddle this week. But I thought this was interesting, and I'm actually going to tie three stories together here, kind of all under the umbrella of intelligence and also COVID. This was just during the last segment. It looks like breaking news came across on the Fox Fox News alert scroll on television. Trump to reinstate, as he said he would do, unvaccinated service members. Service members will be given full back pay. And there were 8,000 plus service members discharged under Joe Biden for failure to get vaccinated for COVID-19, which is just amazing that when we talk about not hitting recruiting goals in the military, in the different branches of our armed forces, we were willing to presumably let go of really talented, qualified, merit-based people in our military and then try to hit quota goals with DEI and communities of marginalized communities. Is that what you want? I mean, I don't know about you, but if I was in the line of fire in combat and you said, Nick, to your right is somebody that's really good, but he didn't get the shot. And to your left is somebody that's, well, maybe 80% of the guy to the right, but that person checks off a box. Who do you feel better about protecting your life in combat? I would probably go with the qualified person who said no to the vaccine. And then over the weekend, not really a news story. I don't know if the best way maybe to describe it is it's a repackaged belief that the CIA and these intel agencies talking about COVID-19, the origins, and, the lab leak being a plausible scenario. I strongly believe that's what happened. I don't think it got out by accident. I think it was intentionally released. I have long thought it's a direct creation from a lab, man-made virus set to derail economies, further agendas, decimate the middle class, test the ability to impose your will as a government on people with mandates and restrictions and reducing populations. And when you talk about China and you look at their history, right, you have a genocide going on. You have, I don't know if China still has a family population limit as far as how many kids you can have, but I know at one point that was a thing. I don't trust the CCP as far as I can throw them. And now the New York Times with the headline, CIA now favors lab leak theory to explain COVID origins. They say the analysis, however, is based in part on a, quote, closer look at the conditions in the high security labs in Wuhan and that province before the pandemic outbreak, according to people familiar with the agency's work. John Ratcliffe, who we know, new director for the CIA, he has long favored the lab leak hypothesis. He said it is a critical piece of intelligence that needs to be understood and that it has consequences for U.S.-Chinese relations. And I think this is important because right now we are still probably in the middle of what they're calling, this goofy quademic of flu, COVID, RSV, norovirus. Then, of course, you throw in, the bird flu. And I don't think it's a matter of if. I do think it's a matter of when another one of these pandemic happens. And we just saw last week, amongst Trump's many actions, withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization and getting away from that agency that we are paying, I believe the number is $500 million a year, to which other nations of kind of close to the same caliber as the United States are paying $40 million a year. You talk about excessive spending, you talk about Doge. So this to me all ties in. It all makes sense. And I don't want to ever have to go back. And I mentioned when Dawn mentioned this in the news, and Greg, you brought this up, of what happened the last time around. We talk about free speech and the ability to question and speak out loud what our elected officials that we pay are doing, what they are saying, and what they permit and what they don't permit. And it's just remarkable. Again, you go back to 4 and 5 years ago when we were saying this on Facebook. If you posted a video on Instagram, if you tweeted this under Jack Dorsey's Twitter, it was immediately labeled either misinformation, disinformation. You would be flagged, you would be deplatformed, and your free speech, your rights to question the government on social media and what's going on with a certain administration or a certain agency or an institution like Big Pharma, you were labeled to be a nut job. And here it is. And I actually do believe this. I think the CIA knows I think all of these agencies know the the complicit nature of China.
Of course.
And
100%.
they are scared to say a full admission because that would open the floodgates
Yeah.
for people like me with a big mouth. I really believe that.
I agree with you. I think that everybody knows that this came from a lab. Anybody who said that in 2020 was deplatformed, called a conspiracy theorist. And yeah, it's proven correct. I think that this new story now that came out, I said this earlier, I just think it's a rehash of something that really came out before. Because what's buried in the article, it says that they think that, it's a low probability, but it could have come from a lab. But I believe it did, and I think any rational thinking person believes it did. But, there's reasons why they don't want you to know that, and it's China is the number one culprit.
Let me just throw out the last theory that I have, because this ties into the drones. And Trump has said that Susie Wiles is going to update us on what exactly is going on with the drones. They're back in the news again as the New York Post with a headline, Northeast drone sightings have surged again after the FAA lifts restrictions. The Federal Aviation Administration has officially lifted their ban, and the drones are back. They say, quote, we've received over 100 reports in the past 3 weeks that mention drones across the U.S. This is Christine Kim, spokesperson for Enigma Labs, citing the company's user-generated figures. New Jersey remains a hotbed of drone activity. The New York-based company says the unidentified anomalous phenomena cataloging iPhone app and interactive maps received a total of 22,000 sightings in 2024. And they have said, quote, we have been getting more and more reports, including a surge of them last week with 28 additional reports, including one of a floating color-shifting object over Hoboken, New Jersey, on January 14th. So here's my theory on this, and I want people to kind of connect the dots here. If Trump is willing to come out and release the JFK files, the RFK and the MLK files, this should be a no-brainer. Because in all reality, we are talking about possibly the execution of a sitting president in the United States of America. And if you have the stones to release all of that, as he said, everything will be released. So I infer that is no redactions. And if I get redactions, I'm going to torch Trump. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to roast
said no redactions.
He said everything will be released.
Yeah, released, but not no redactions.
Well, then that's not everything released.
No, I mean...
No, you can't have it both ways. No. Everything will be released. No redactions, Trump. No.
Well, look, I don't know what's in there, but when you have a source that might be compromised and they still have family living in this country, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know
release it.
What that... No, I mean, I think that they if they release the bulk of it, that you'll get the gist of it. But if there's something in there that they're compromising... an agent or now that agent's family, all the, the grandkids or something, they have their own reasons. I can accept a little bit of redaction. That's standard.
If I come
so
to
it's not full pages of it.
Well, if I come to the realization that it confirms my belief that the CIA killed Kennedy and there are some redactions, okay, I'll give you that. But if we're still left here pondering this, well, it's probable, but not likely, or less than, or all these stupid terminologies like the CIA likes to say. Well, it's what was the thing that you just quoted, Stocker, deep in that article of the New York Times? How they classify the lab leak? Partially likely? What the hell does that mean, partially likely?
I forget what the...
What percentage is that? What is that, like a 35% chance?
I mean, Politico they just put out this morning.
Yeah.
I think it was just this morning, right, that they put out something about the Chinese officials pushing back on this. So they're going back and forth on it.
Here's my thought on this drone thing and what I believe was happening. I think this is the United States government surveilling areas that they might believe could lead to potential bioweapon warfare in this country.
Hmm.
The day, Stalker, you mentioned this months ago on the show, maybe not months ago, but weeks ago. We are past the days of flying planes into buildings. Then that drone attack happened with Russia, Ukraine. And you were like, I think you even said, we're at the point where we're going to use drones without people having to, put themselves in harm's way of war. That's what's going to happen. I actually think they are looking, and why do I say it? Because look at the areas. What do other nations, whether they're terrorist organizations or other foreign nations, value hitting areas in mass quantity with big populations of symbolic areas? And what's more symbolic than the New York, New Jersey area for the United States of America? It would not surprise me if they are looking for like bioweapon type warfare, whether it's thermal stuff or radiation or radioactive type things. We're coming off of COVID, which wiped out millions of people. And how do they do it? Upper respiratory disease, right? That's, to me, I think what they're looking for here. And I'm hoping that Trump and Susie Wiles will let us know, not only about JFK, I don't want redactions, but I want to know what's going on with the drones. And I give Trump the benefit of the doubt that he will come through, because in the first week, he has delivered on what he said. And he has done it with 0 Fs given. So I think there's no reason to assume that he won't do it again this time.
Okay, 2 things. Number one, as far as the Wuhan virus and the lab leak, I think we have to remember that, according to Senator Rand Paul, this was something that the U.S. was complicit in with regard to NIH funding.
Oh, absolutely.
And so that's something that I think that's what I want to know. Who knew what when, and all of the times that Fauci, under oath, said, no, this didn't happen. So I think that's fascinating. As far as, all of these other issues, I just want all of it to be transparent. I am curious as to why, when Trump was president the first time around in, 2017, he initially had said he would release all of these files, with all of these assassinations that took place in the 1960s, and then pulled back on that and agreed that there was some kind of a national security risk.
Yes.
So I'm curious about that.
Well, you know what? You get shot at 7 years later, all of a sudden you're like, what the hell with it? I'm releasing it. I damn near died anyway, so what's the difference? That would be my mindset.
So let's go back to the redaction thing real quick. Yep. You're saying that every name has to be out. There can't be.
I'm taking his words. So, people can tweet me and get angry. He said everything will be released.
Yeah.
Everything. What does everything mean? It means everything. Not 95%, not 98%, 100%.
Well, now parse the words. Everything will be released is not you will know definitively what happened to RFK, JFK, and MLK.
I'll put it this way. If Joe Biden would have said everything.
A lot of K's there.
If Biden would have said everything will be released, and I got a bunch of black Sharpie smudges on the sheets that are released, I would torch Joe Biden.
Of course you would.
So I'm gonna same standard for Trump.
Look at you.
Same standard for Trump.
Look at you. That's unheard of in talk radio.
No,
we don't put the same standards when it's a Republican in office.
We need to know. These are things that Americans have been dying to know for decades now. And that was his words when he had the Sharpie last week. He's like, this was years in the making. Decades, in fact, he said.
I just think
let me down.
It was so casually done that I think there's going to be a lot of nothing in there, honestly. You know what I mean? Like, there's no...
You think he'll release the findings of his own attempted assassination?
I would. I want everything released. What about the Epstein files?
So do I.
What about the Epstein files? Everybody on this network, on this radio station, was so obsessed with the Epstein files, and
I don't think we're ever going to get
there's not a peep done about that, and everybody's like, well, it's okay.
Here's why I don't think Epstein will be released in my lifetime, because a lot of these people are probably 40, 50, 60 years old. Now, I get it. There are technically probably people that are still alive from the JFK assassination that were, and I'm talking about not just people in this audience that were alive when that happened. They might have been in grade school or high school, but people in the intel agencies that are retired now that are still alive. There might be a CIA agent who's 82 years old or whatever the math might be, still alive. But, here's the thing.
I don't, and I'll walk it back just a tad. Like, if you're not going to release a name of somebody that's not relevant to the actual assassination, I'm fine with that. Like, if John Smith was a CIA agent and he was a mile away on the other side of the grassy knoll and had nothing to do with anything, then fine, leave his name out of it. But everything that matters on that day, by the way, have you seen the refurbished video that is out on social media of the assassination in like modern technology today? It is unbelievable. It is. I mean, not to get like gory, but I mean, his head, gets blown up. And then the guy in the front seat driving looks like he's on some sort of like, I don't know if they had, what type of devices they had for communication back then, but you got to watch it. It's fascinating, and it really opens up more theories as to who knew what was about to happen in those awful moments. So
I stick behind what I've been saying, that I think it's not going to be about JFK, because there are people who've seen these files as far as the JFK files, and they say, there's not a lot you're going to learn from this. And so that makes me believe that RFK and especially MLK, those assassinations later that was 1968, that I think there will be some new information there. And that's what I'm more curious to see. He signed that Thursday, so when do we get
that's
the
my
files?
question. Right. That's my thinking, that it's going to be JFK was killed and Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. RFK Jr. was killed and Sirhan acted alone. And
nobody's going to believe that.
MLK Jr. was killed, and what was his name? What was the guy's name who killed him?
Martin Luther King.
Martin Luther King.
Well, in that one, by the way, the timeline for
No. What was the assassin's name that killed? I'm just saying that all of them. I think we're going to find out that all of them acted alone.
James Earl Ray.
Yes, thank you.
James Earl Ray.
Oh, you're looking for. I'm sorry, I was just looking at the timeline. So 15 days from the executive order for JFK, 45 days from the signing last Thursday for RFK and MLK Jr.
Okay.
That's the timeline.
Marcus Aurelius says the Kennedy file redactions were made 50 years ago. The info they don't want us to know was permanently erased long ago. The bean spillers have not been long eliminated. We will learn nothing of substance from these documents.
I agree. I agree with him 100%.
Okay. Well, then I'll give Trump credit then. If those redactions were made well before him and he's releasing whatever's, quote, left of the evidence, then that's not on Trump. I'm not going to criticize him for that. I'll give him credit for releasing what's there. He can't go back and undo something that was wiped out a half century ago.
So wait, there's one file and it's been crossed out in Sharpie, and that's the only file of this? That can't be. That can't be.
Greg brings up the best point, because what if there are other files? He just signed an executive order to say we're going to release everything.
Yeah.
And the way that he worded that. So if there are other files that
Yep.
somebody has, you know what I'm saying? So that does open a door to Pandora's box.
Could be in Joe's Corvette in his garage in Delaware. You never know. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, find out what's on the cut sheet, including J.D. Vance and Margaret Brennan from yesterday.
Man, that was brutal.
Anybody watch that?
Of course.
All right.
Tom Holman was with Martha Raddatz, too.
That's right.
All kinds of stuff.
Good stuff coming up. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. We're talking about the Honda Prologue, Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time, so you can cruise the roads worry-free in this 42-degree weather. 3 charging options to choose from, including that portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. I mean, come on, $229 a month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne, or shop online right now. Check out all the details at piazzahonda.com.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Is your home cold and drafty, or windows and doors just won't open like they used to anymore? Brighten your home with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We offer a wide selection to fit your style and budget, ensuring energy efficiency and aesthetic appeal.
And new doors and windows enhance your home's value and comfort.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out.
at Emmons, we have you covered.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Mustard.
I will laugh at that every time.
It's the best. It never gets old, folks. Not Tom Petty, not Ron DeSantis, and certainly not Mustard.
Mustard. Don't forget, you can join me coming up this Sunday, February 2nd, since, hey, there's no football this weekend because we have to wait 2 weeks for the Eagles to play in the Super Bowl. But this Sunday, February 2nd, will be the grand opening of King Shooter Supply.
What?
At KOP. That's right, 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. I'll be on out there from 2 to 4 p.m.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, the gun store and shooting range that you know and trust has just completed an addition with 7 more indoor lanes. So now there are 2 shooting bays with a total of 14 lanes, a huge parking lot, and a rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. So stop in on Sunday, February 2nd from 2 to 4 as I'll be out there, and we will help you out with all these great deals and specials, and then maybe start the early process of getting Kayal and company out on the range.
I was going to say, are you going to learn how to shoot a gun?
I'm more than happy if we can do something with this location or somebody in our audience that, I mean, I know there's people in our audience that are former police or military that could, assist me. I promise I will not embarrass you. I think I would actually be a quick study.
Where is it in King of Prussia?
It's 346 East Church Road.
Okay.
Yeah, not too far from my place, maybe 7-8 miles.
Sunday? All right, cool.
2 to
Come
4.
out and harass you a little bit?
Yeah. I can't be any worse of an aim than everybody in Dawn's News at 6:05 and 7:05, right?
Actually, Brian, one of the employees, emailed me last night or this morning and said something to the effect of, like, he's super happy, that they're back advertising with us, and he would like to, he still wants to take us out on the range.
It'd be nice. I can't say that I'm going to be like Tulsi Gabbard in those highlight videos on YouTube, but I think I'll be able to hold my own after a few sessions. So
yeah, I mean, I would assume that Dawn would be the best shot.
Yes.
Of course, she can't answer because she's not here. But.
Well, are we gonna? You know the way it's gonna work. We're gonna have to go through all the legal work, all the paperwork, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for me to be out there with a gun, we'll have to jump through 37 hoops, 19 lawyers.
Yeah,
we'll make it happen.
Yeah,
all right,
that'll happen.
7:52. Let's find out what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
So they were saying that it was, what's on the cut sheet on this Monday? Thank you. Not a sponsor, but I'll just say go out to King Shooter Supply Company on Sunday to join Nick Kayal out there in King of Prussia. Show him how to teach a gun. Teach him how to shoot a gun.
Yeah, we'll start with a handgun and we'll work our way up to the longer guns.
So we talked a lot about ICE going into schools and churches. Is it just bluster, or are they really going to do it? Tom Homan is saying that, like, look, nothing's off the table.
Yeah, why would it be?
Martha Raddatz asked him about it, and then somebody from MSNBC or NBC News asked him about it. We'll start with Martha Raddatz. Let's start here with Cut 38 on if they will go into schools, elementary schools, middle schools. Roll it.
Go back to who you're deporting. Aside from the long list of executive actions, the administration said it will no longer tell ICE agents they have to avoid sensitive locations, including schools, hospitals, churches. Benjamin Huffman, the acting Homeland Security Secretary, said in a statement, criminals will no longer be able to hide in America's schools and churches to avoid arrest. What criminals are hiding in schools?
Look,
middle schools, elementary schools. You going to go into those?
How many MS-13 members are the age of 14 and 17? Many of them. So, look, if it's a national security threat, public safety threat, and what you need to understand is a case by case. Name another agency, another law enforcement agency that has those type of requirements that they can't walk into a school or a doctor's office or a medical campus. No other agencies have those standards. These are well-trained officers with a lot of discretion, and when it comes to sensitive location, there's still going to be supervisory review. So it's not like it's an open issue, but ICE officers should have discretion to decide if a national security threat or a public safety threat in one of these facilities, then there should be an option for them to make the arrest.
But someday you could go into those schools and grab people who are just in the country illegally.
On a case-by-case basis, depending who they are, what the circumstances are. It's never a zero game.
You know that this creates fear in the immigrant community.
Okay.
It doesn't create fear unless people like Martha Raddatz keep talking about it every single day, like they're, it's her child being yanked out of his desk. I didn't even think about that because when we keep hearing, going into schools,
you're either thinking, okay, there's an employee in the school that might be there illegally that slipped through the cracks and is working as, I don't know, a janitor or in the cafeteria. I highly doubt that they would be a teacher and slip through that vetting process. And then we're talking about the students that are there just illegally with their parents. I never even thought about MS-13 with 14 to 17-year-olds. That's a great point from Tom Homan.
According to the National Gang Center, at least 11% of students in middle and high schools across America report the presence of gang activity in their schools and intimidation, drug dealing, violence. And then when you think about 11% across the country, obviously there are, I don't know, certain places where there may be zero gang activity, and then other places,
40%.
such as urban areas, where it's probably, that 11% number is across the country. So I would love to know the percentage, for example, in urban areas like Chicago, Philadelphia, New York.
Correct.
You guys both okay with ICE agents coming into your kids' schools? I mean, Dawn's kids are older now.
Absolutely, yeah. If there's an MS-13
okay
student at Bluebell Elementary, and they got to come in and get him out, it means my daughter's less at risk of being taken advantage of by a MS-13 member. Absolutely.
And in my son's high school, I would say this: they have, I can tell you, they have plans for any kind of situation where they have to come in. And as Tom Homan said, with discretion. Do I think this is going to be a commonplace situation? No, I don't. But I think it's a way of federal law enforcement of warning these gang members that if you are in schools and you are wreaking havoc and causing violence or whatever, I think that that's a part of it, that they're saying, do they have jurisdiction? If they think there's an imminent danger, yes. And do I really think they're going to go into my kid's high school or, across Philadelphia high schools? No. And if they do, then what that tells me is that there's a gang situation that is imminent, that it poses that great of a risk.
Why don't we do this then for threats to school shooters and stuff? You know what I mean?
I'd be totally fine with that. Absolutely.
Like why just that type of stuff? Why not go in there and if somebody's making threats online?
They do, Greg. It happens all the time where they have a lockdown. If they have any kind of situation, they do a lockdown. They may have shelter in place. They do it on a routine basis.
I think, though, with let's under the pretext of MS-13 teenagers, ages 14 to 17, at a high school or a junior high school, obviously these kids are aware that they are in MS-13, and they probably have been tipped off or they are on social media. They know who the new president is, so you can't. It's not like it's not one extreme where all of a sudden ICE is going to show up, kick down Mrs. Johnson's, ninth grade algebra door and pull out machine guns. But you're also not going to go to the guidance counselor or the principal and say, hey, can you send down Joe Smith? Because as soon as Joe Smith hears over the loudspeaker, or if they call the teacher's room and says, hey, can you send Joe Smith down? Joe Smith probably knows he's in trouble. So I would think it's going to be very tactical from a element of surprise standpoint, that they might wait for the buses area, or maybe if they get into a car to drive home with a 16-year-old that's got a license, or maybe they're on the edge of the property where you pull out of the the school district grounds. I mean, they're making it sound like they're just going to bust into these schools like it's a narcotics raid in the Denzel Washington movie. It's not going to happen.
No, and I just wonder as well, because most schools nowadays have cameras. They have cameras everywhere. So then my question is, what's that?
Sad state of affairs.
I know, but
to do this.
My question is, then does ICE have the ability, or does anybody have the ability for any reason? They even have them on school buses. So do they have the ability, or do they have to get a warrant first to look through the video, do facial recognition? I don't have the answer to this. And to Greg's point, at what point do you say, oh, I don't know if I'm comfortable with this?
I didn't say I didn't say I wasn't comfortable with it. I just said, are you guys comfortable with them?
But you're asking the question.
Yeah.
So,
totally comfortable with it.
Because remember, under the Patriot Act, the department. Well, when the Department of Homeland Security was created, and that was Governor Tom Ridge of Pennsylvania, that was under the Bush administration. a lot of people said, oh, well, this is good. This is good that we've created another very expensive bureaucracy and we gave up some of our freedoms, right, and civil liberties during that whole situation with the Patriot Act.
Mm-hmm.
And then, upon reflection, I think a lot of Americans had said, oh, every time we do this, what do we give up? We give up freedoms in the name of our security and catching people who are terrorists or very violent people. And I suspect that that's where we're going for this conversation. And then I would wonder if somebody, a libertarian, might say, when you're looking at facial recognition and kids on camera and how young do you go? And I think that's where you're going to see the pushback among libertarians and conservatives.
I would suggest if you want to be updated, follow ICE on X. It's at IceGov. And they give you the updates every 12 hours.
Why does ICE have their own X account?
Just like
They
every
all
other,
do.
every government agency has them. The FBI, the vice president, the president. It's 900 as of what's today, the 27th.
Yeah.
As of yesterday, the 26th, 956 arrests and 554 detainers were lodged.
Just one thing, Greg, really quick here, that because you mentioned their social media. This is my little media note that memos went out to all these different government agencies to sort of lock down what they're talking about, with the exception of this issue. So illegal immigration, you can put out information, but otherwise they want to control which agencies are putting out what information.
MSNBC also asked Homan about this.
Do you plan under certain circumstances to go into churches and schools at some point?
I'll never say never. If there's a national security threat that we know is in a certain place on a college campus, well, we're going to get that national security threat. If he's a significant public safety threat that's in what we used to call a central location, no, we're going to enforce the law.
Are both of you okay with them going into churches?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think church should protect you from entering this country illegally. I mean, what is that, like the hands-off area? I mean, give me a break.
I just want to react to Tom Homan's comment about college campuses. So does that include individuals who've made threats against Jewish students, kids who are, let's say, are being accused of anti-Semitism?
Yeah, it's a great point.
Or maybe these kids are, I don't know, because a lot of people focus on like South America, this and that. I don't think that's what this is. They're looking at kids from all around the world who may have been, who they view, because he just said national security risk.
Remember all those videos of people at the southern border when Bill Malhusian was there, and he's like, "Where are you from? Where are you from?" Mm-hmm. And he was going down the list, right? It was like roll call, and there was a lot of Middle Eastern countries.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Cut 16 here. This is more with Raditz and Tom Homan. Are there going to be mass deportations? Excuse me, I'm tongue-tied here. Every single day in the next 4 years? This was his answer. Roll it.
I want to go back to those military flights going south. As you said, we have never seen that before. Is that going to be a constant commitment from the U.S. military every single day to take deportees out?
Yes.
So is this what we will see every single day, ending in what the president has promised is millions and millions being deported?
Yes. But you can see the numbers steadily increase, the number of arrests nationwide as we open up the aperture. Right now it's concentrating public safety threats, national security threats. That's a smaller population. So we're going to do this on priority base, as President Trump's promised, but as that aperture opens, there'll be more arrests nationwide.
When you talk about the aperture opening, the estimates of perhaps those who have been convicted or arrested in the past, 700,000 to over 1 million. So after you do that, then you go after everybody who is there illegally.
If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table, because it's not okay to violate laws of this country. You got to remember, every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8, United States Code 1325. It's a crime. So if you're in the country illegally, you got a problem. And that's why I'm hoping those who are in the country illegally who have not been ordered removed by the federal judge should leave.
I love how everybody just thinks that this guy is, shooting from the hip and he's a gas bag and he's all bluster. This guy knows exactly. He's got laws and titles and U.S. codes memorized. He's been doing it a long time. And if you think, and like I go back to Al Sharpton in the Big Take this morning, he says, oh, these people are being targeted and they are profiled. You're absolutely right. They're being targeted and profiled. This enforcement group here with Tom Homan running ICE and now Kristi Noem taking up DHS, they know the names of these individuals. They know where. It's not like they just show up one day. Hey, you want to go to Delco one day and just start walking around and looking for people to lock up? This is a targeted sting. They're going right for people that they know. I remember after 9/11, we had all the 9/11 movies, like, I think it was Shooter, and then there was Zero Dark 30. And remember, there was the big wanted list by the federal government for all these terrorists. And at the top was Osama bin Laden, and then all the other guys down below. Wouldn't surprise me if Tom Homan had like this big map and chart of all these people that they're coming after.
I don't think this was on the Martha Raddatz interview, but this was another interview he did. This is cut 14. Since we're talking about the response, this was Newsmax. Since we're talking about the response, the Catholic Church came out and decried the deportation. I think the Pope said, what did he say? It was sick, or
yeah, he was against it.
So he responds to the Catholic outcry over Trump's deportation operation. Roll it.
The Pope this week said that it's a disgrace, what we're now doing with this new government, deporting all of these people. We've got, obviously there's going to be a lot of media searching for the sad stories here, trying to turn public opinion against this operation. What's your message to the American people as you guys do this work?
Well, let me give a message to the Pope. I'm a lifelong Catholic. I was born Catholic. I've been through Catholic doctrine. Look, he only concentrated on fixing the Catholic Church, first of all. He's got big problems there. And the Vatican, they have a wall around the Vatican. If you illegally enter the Vatican, the crime is serious. You'll be charged with a serious crime, be jailed.
Yeah.
So he can protect the Vatican where he lives. He can build a wall where he lives. Where American people are not allowed that? No. Securing the border saves lives. He needs to understand that. When we secure the border, when less people come, less women get raped by the cartel, less children die in the river, less Americans die from fentanyl overdoses. He ought to stick to the Catholic Church and fix that. That's a mess.
Exactly.
It's like Steph Curry for the Golden State Warriors when he was all about open borders as he lives in his gated community in the Bay Area. Walls and borders for me, but not for thee, huh? You plebes.
Yeah, the Vatican issue is the best issue anybody can bring up, because the security at the Vatican everywhere you go is airtight.
Yeah. Wonder how airtight Martha Raddatz's property is.
I don't disagree with any of this, and I think there's a lot of hypocrisy in the Catholic Church. However, let me just push back a little bit. It is a little rich, isn't it? Like all the religious people there are like, yeah, get them out of here, deport them all. You know what I mean? It's a little hypocritical. No.
I think the religious people in the Catholic Church
I'm not religious, so I don't care.
No,
you know
I think it's the opposite. I think there's a lot of Catholics that are offended by these deportations. You saw the banner right there on, was that Newsmax with was Rob Schmidt?
Yeah.
The headline said "Woke Pope."
Yeah.
I think there are more Catholic people out there that are saying it's inhumane what's happening than being, hey, get rid of them as soon as you can.
Do you think so? I don't.
Let me just ask you this. What has the Pope or the Catholic Church done to help communities that are gang, overridden, or some of the violence that's happening? In other words, the people coming out and thanking these ICE agents, if you watch, and Dr. Phil's embedded in Chicago, and he's with ICE there. And so what they're all saying is people in the community come out and say thank you. Because the very people who are being preyed upon first, who are right there at ground zero with these gangs and rapists and violent people, are in fact people who are in that community, who are Spanish-speaking individuals, whether they have green cards, whether they're working in the community, whether they are U.S. citizens or legally on their pathway. They're the front line of being victimized by all of these very dangerous gang members.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's a little rich. So what would Jesus do, people? Because, just saying. Being realistic, Tom Homan, this is cut 17. Not all undocumented migrants will be removed. Roll it.
So tell me what the definition of success is over the next 6 months, over the next year, by the end of the administration. What is mission accomplished here?
Taking as many public safety threats off the street as possible. Watching illegal alien crimes in the United States decrease. Ending it. Deporting every illegal alien gang member in this country, including Trendawa, and MS-13. Making our country safe. When we see the crime rate from illegal aliens go down, that's a success. Every public safety threat we remove from this country is success. Every national security threat that we find removed from the country is success. There's no number on it. So my success can be based on what Congress gives us. More money, the better we're going to do.
I notice you didn't put in that list of things that will be mission accomplished and success, getting every immigrant who is in the country illegally out. Why not?
Because I'm being realistic. We can do what we can with the money we have. We're going to try to be efficient, but with more money we have, the more we can accomplish. If I don't have the money to remove that millions of people, then I'm not going to sit here and one thing, no one can say I haven't been frank in everything I've said. Our success every day is taking a public safety threat off the streets or getting a national security threat out of here.
Boy, I tell you, in an era of defund the police, in an era of the military not hitting recruiting targets, this guy's a breath of fresh air. In this day and age of, I don't care about your feelings, we're just going to get things done, and that's what people care about. You know, that's what Stephen A. Smith was yelling about on Bill Maher's show as he was yelling with Ro Khanna. Like, we've tried it all the other ways, and now Trump's bringing in this guy who's just taking a flamethrower to the way it's been done, and it's all legal. Just like the use of the term illegal alien, another correct legal term that people get offended by. I don't care.
One more, cut 18, then we can be done with the Tom Homan, Martha Raddatz show. Roll it.
To deport all of those people.
Well, I'll leave it up to Congress. I think Congress, the president has a mandate. This was the number one issue that people voted on. I think Congress has a mandate to give us money we need. What price you put on national security?
More detention centers?
What price you put on all these young ladies who've been raped and murdered and burned alive? What price you put on that? What price you put on Lincoln Riley's life? What price you put on national security? Like I just explained, when you have a surge like this, we don't secure that border. That's when national security threats enter the country. That's when sex trafficking goes up. That's when the fentanyl comes in that kills 250,000 Americans. I don't put a price on that.
And on those detention centers,
whether it's Christy Hutton at the highest level with the title of DHS or just a cool name like Borders are for Tom Homan, these people should be given whatever they need funding-wise from the federal government. What do you need? What does your budget look like for success? Okay, granted, you got it.
I think he was responding to, there was a report over the weekend that deporting just 8 people cost the United States like $800,000 or something like that. So I think they were responding to that, like how much at the end of the day will this cost the American people?
If they're criminals and they're in the system, well, first of all, I mean, like he said, are you going to say, oh, we'll leave them here so they can rape, maim, and murder? Number one. And number two, it's much more costly to have to put them through the system, put them up, provide a public defender. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So Martha, one of the last questions that you aired was, I think, a fair question. What's the goal? What is mission complete? If I were asking questions, I would ask about the missing children.
Yeah.
That he keeps saying that we have as many as 550,000 children in this country who are unaccounted for, children being children from other countries who were snuck into this country, and then what happened to them. They're missing children in our nation, and how many of them does he believe are right now, as we speak, suffering?
Yeah.
Suffering unthinkable things at the hands of, by the way, American perpetrators who are here, who are the Johns, who are the customers, sicko customers. So that would be like my number one, as you know, that would be my number one question. Did she ask that, Greg?
I don't think so, no.
I didn't hear her ask that. How do you not lead with that?
Thompson on the YouTube chat writes, how much did it cost to house criminals? That's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
Like what were the American people paying to put all these people up in these sanctuary cities and everything?
Room and board, loaded debit cards, meals.
By the way, if you watch us on YouTube, if you follow along on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're doing that. All of you right now watching, please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. You can follow along and comment, and if your comment catches my eye, I'll probably read it, even if it's a shot against me, a shot against Nick. Never a shot against Dawn, though. There's never a shot.
Aw.
Right. Speaking of shots, King Shooter's coming up on Sunday, 2 to 4.
Yeah. Nick is going out there, Dawn, to learn how to shoot.
Be like Elmer Fudd. Be very quiet.
Road.
I'm gonna. I need to. Everybody out there, I'm gonna bring out my Mylar bubble wrap.
Yeah,
just surround you.
Road Warrior says, "Everybody, watch out for their feet."
Right. Gosh.
You're gonna be like that officer.
Shoot myself in the thigh.
You're gonna be like that officer in Jacksonville. J.D. Vance was on Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, who was so smug.
I know.
Damn.
She's such a pleasant individual.
She was just like. Let's start here with Cut 31. This is about, J.D. Vance is saying that big tech needs to be broken up, and now now they were all at the Trump inauguration. Isn't that hypocritical? Blah, 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 blah. 31, roll it.
Google, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. In August, you told us Google and Facebook are too big. We ought to take the Teddy Roosevelt approach. Break them up. Don't let them control what people are allowed to say. They've now donated to the Trump inauguration. Are you still going to break up big tech?
So, who else was at the inauguration was my mom and a lot of people who just supported the president and fought every single day to get his election. And
they
to make
gave $1 million each to the inauguration.
Well, there were a lot of people who didn't give $1 million to the inauguration.
They got pretty good seating.
Who were on that stage, Margaret. They didn't have as good seating as my mom and a lot of other people who were there to support us. But look, we believe fundamentally that big tech does have too much power, and there are two ways they can go about this. They can either respect Americans' constitutional rights, they can stop engaging in censorship, and if they don't, you can be absolutely sure that Donald Trump's leadership is not going to look too kindly on them.
So they're still on notice.
They're very much on.
I mean, look, to me, it doesn't matter one way or the other if you're Republican or Democrat, if you have Meta or if you have Google and YouTube. I expect those donations. I expect the kissing of the ring. I don't trust. That's why I said last week, in the last 2 weeks, whether it's Zuckerberg, Bezos, even Elon Musk, he jumped on the train a little bit early, so to speak. Just give me the right to have the marketplace of ideas flow seamlessly and flawlessly. I don't care if you're saying something I agree with or disagree with, if it's a platform I use or a platform I don't use. Let the American people sift through what they deem credible stuff or not.
I hate to do, like, I'm anti, what would she say to a Democrat? But in this case, I want to know, did she have the same sort of arrogant, smug, resting bee face that she had with
Facebook?
With Kamala Harris.
Oh, okay.
Because I know she interviewed her.
That's right.
So, like, you know what I mean?
Now,
she pushed back on every word salad
that's just it.
Dopey Kamala said.
Yes.
That's just it. The greatest, the people who I think age best in all of these interviews are the people who treated everybody equally, asked similar questions, had the same kind of demeanor.
I just that's all I want. That's all I want. I just want people that treat
Yeah.
if you're going to be hard on the Trump administration, great. I want that. Journalists need to be. But then you needed to have been hard on the Biden administration, and they weren't. You know what I mean? And Fox is going to do just the opposite.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Nick.
No, I was asking, was she the one that interviewed Kamala where they changed her answers to the same question, or was that Bill Whitaker?
By the way, it looks like they're going to settle some of these suits.
That's why I'm asking, because I just saw the transcript has been released in the lawsuit about what they took and played in the same day. 2 different answers to the same exact question. And oh, by the way, we still do not have the other 26 minutes of that interview.
Yeah.
That has not been made available to the public. Why is that?
Yeah, when you see it and you see how they edit it around, you can see why the reports are they're gonna settle these because it looks very bad.
Yeah.
Or it is very bad.
Oh,
not
yes.
Just looks...
Yes.
She wants to know why we have not lowered prices yet.
One weekend.
Right.
Cut 32, go.
You campaigned on lowering prices for consumers. We've seen all of these executive orders. Which one lowers prices?
We have done a lot, and there have been a
6
number of executive orders that have caused already jobs to start coming back into our country, which is a core part of lowering prices. More capital investment, more job creation in our economy is one of the things that's going to drive down prices for all consumers, but also raise wages so that people can afford to buy the things that they need. If you look at our slate of executive orders, No, Margaret, prices are going to come down, but it's going to take a little bit of time, right? The president has been president for all of 5 days. I think that in those 5 days, he's accomplished more than Joe Biden did in 4 years. It's been an incredible breakneck pace of activity. We're going to work with Congress. We're, of course, going to have more executive orders, and we're going to try the way that you lower prices is that you encourage more capital investment into our country. And you ask
That question, courtesy of my mother-in-law via the Margaret Brennan mailbag. 5 days in, why is gas not $2.28 a gallon? Is Trump really going to deliver? And I said the thing that I thought he could have the most impact on from Jump Street was illegal immigration, deportation. Think about it. He sent troops to the border. Greg Abbott's putting up buoys. You've got 956 people just yesterday alone. I mean, all right, let's go, because, we tackle the tough questions here. When do we think is a fair point to assess Trump on the economy based on like energy prices, heating and cooling? So this summer.
Oh my God, it's going to take a year.
Okay. So at least 12 months.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So let's when I say economy, let's go gas prices, grocery prices, energy for home. Housing market, I have no idea about. We can talk about the Fed. I know, Dawn, you'll give us interest rate updates and what they're doing every month. But, the kitchen table issues, you're going to give him until at least the fall? I just want to get everybody on record, because if I'm still paying $3.37 for a gallon of gas next September, I'm going to be a little pissed off.
Well,
don't you guys watch Landman?
No.
You can learn all about this.
I watch Married with Children and football.
Landman is such a good series.
And wrestling.
And occasionally The Five.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think obviously that's why, with everything, that's why Trump is saying drill, baby, drill. He's meeting with, oh my gosh, I should have reported this earlier, but he's meeting with one of the kings, and I have it in my script, but he's meeting with, in one of his first big meetings in Saudi Arabia. So he is focused on making energy costs less, and therefore that would bring prices down.
Yeah,
it's
a trickle down.
Well, I don't even know if it's a trickle.
Effect.
I think that if they can do this quickly, that's the goal. I don't know how quickly they can do that. But then as well, you have the issue of Russian oil, because at the same time they're trying to sanction Russia. Do you know what I'm saying? And so they have a lot of moving parts because of what's going on in Russia and Ukraine.
I think his biggest task economically is the housing market. And I just don't know how many people, Republican or Democrat, are going to have. If you think all of a sudden that house that's now $600,000 that used to be $382 is going to be $382 again in 4 years, I think you're sadly mistaken.
Remember Trump had said, and I'll just say this really quick. Remember Trump had said during the campaign that he wanted to temporarily do a temporary ceiling on interest rates. In other words, all the people with credit card debt, which most Americans have a lot, and so it's a huge payment. So he had floated out there that he would do something at a 10% cap.
Yeah.
In other words, to say to all the credit card companies, hey, for 90 days, let people, or 6, whatever that looks like, let people have a catch-up period. Lower those interest rates from, upwards of 28, 30%, lower it so that they can just do a catch-up to spur spending.
She also asked about illegal immigration. This is cut 33. Phil, go.
Well, Margaret, I don't agree that all these immigrants or all these refugees have been properly vetted. In fact, we know that there are cases of people who allegedly were properly vetted and then were literally planning terrorist attacks on our country. That happened during the campaign, if you may remember. So clearly not all of these foreign nationals have been properly vetted.
But there are 30,000 people in the pipeline, Afghan refugees.
But my primary concern as the vice president, Margaret, is to look after the American people. And now that we know that we have vetting problems with a lot of these refugee programs, we absolutely cannot unleash thousands of unvetted people into our country.
These people
it's
are
not
vetted.
good.
These people are vetted.
Just like the guy who planned a terrorist attack in Oklahoma a few months ago, he was allegedly properly vetted. And many people in the media and the Democratic Party said that he was properly vetted. Clearly he wasn't. I don't want my children to share a neighborhood with people who are not properly vetted. And because I don't want it for my kids, I'm not going to force any other American citizens' kids to do that either.
No, and that was a very particular case. It wasn't clear if he was radicalized when he got here or while he was living here.
I don't really
But
care, Margaret. I don't want that person in my country, and I think most Americans agree with me.
It's just amazing. You listen to J.D. Vance, and everything is so, and he's a super, super bright guy. But everything is nuts and bolts, common sense. And my God, we always talk about the bias. I'm not expecting anything different from Margaret Brennan on CBS. But could she be a bigger advocate for the Democrat talking points than what she just... And it's always this battle of interrupting, and I'm going to try to fact check you. Like, the last time I checked, isn't this an interview where you were supposed to ask J.D. Vance the question and let him give his answer, and then if you want to follow up, but it's always this rush to interrupt and butt in and cut off. That's why I won't watch any of these in real time. I'll just react on the cut sheet. It's a painful exhibition. I remember for years, and I'm sure anybody that's ever listened to any talk radio program, you want to hear, if there's a guest on, let the guest talk. She's got the vice president there, and she's actually going to try to outsmart him. You think she really knows more about the subject matter than he does? No.
Well, and I also think, and
the same thing goes with Hannity. Let Trump talk. Shut up.
Agreed. I think in the case of Margaret Brennan, she presumes to know more than the vice president of the United States, who has security clearances, right? The top level security clearances. So if he's saying that some of these individuals, whether they're specifically as this Afghan person from Afghanistan, and he came here on a visa, and remember he made that threat against President Trump, remember, on Election Day. That was the allegation against him. So I'm not sure if she was saying that all of these immigrants who are here illegally, whether they're, or just the Afghan ones. I'm not sure if she was saying all of the above, but her, her arrogance.
Yeah.
To presume that she, Margaret Brennan of CBS News, and they all talk like this. They have that weird, and I know more than you. And does she have security clearances? Is stuff that we don't know here? That's what kills me.
Painful.
I have, as you can see, guys, I have 7 pages here.
Sorry.
We should probably break really fast because this could take all the better of 6 days.
I'm here till 10 o'clock, so what the hell?
By the way, we haven't even gotten to...
You want to stay till noon, Greg? It'll be the Greg show.
We haven't even gotten... Yeah, no, nobody wants that. We haven't even gotten to Trump in California, where he went after Karen Bass, he went after Bob Sherman. We have all of that. He let the residents of North Carolina speak. We have that. Al Sharpton is saying that any company that gets rid of DEI, you need to boycott.
Okay.
So we have all of that, plus so much more, and we should do that on the other side.
Kayal and Company on the other side, more of the cut sheet. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Orosine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Start kicking some serious ass.
Yeah. It's Tom Homan. No, it's not. It's really just an Ohio bus driver that we love on this show. Kayal and Company. We are back from a nice little weekend. Eagles Super Bowl bound. Trump Week 2, Term 2 underway today. Wednesday and Thursday, Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard. That is the official schedule for those two. Senate confirmation hearings as we continue on this Monday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg with more of the cut sheet.
I got to say this, kudos to, I think it was Tracy in the YouTube chat who brought this up. She asked if we had talked about it yet, but it's a good reminder. By the way, Nick, I know a lot of shows are like now all of a sudden streaming, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Videos now all of a sudden is a new hip thing since we've been doing it for 2 years.
Welcome to the party, pal.
But I don't know any other radio show that has commenters in real time and they react to them.
No.
Most people do the set it and forget it. People comment, and the host or whatever never even acknowledge the chat room.
That's right.
We acknowledge the chat room here on Kayal Company.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Well, you look at it. I try to stay away from it.
Well, at least somebody does. Okay, so there's an entire movement on TikTok called Cute Winter Boots.
Cute winter boots.
It's not what you think.
How could it be?
It's where they give tips and tricks about how to avoid ice raids.
Okay.
So, like, if you post about this, it's like this secret club.
Right. On social media.
On
for
social
public
media
consumption.
where they, exactly, where they give people tips on how to avoid ice raids. Roll it.
Okay.
I make cute winter boots for babies. That is true. And it's important because ice cream trucks and babies don't go good together.
Stop it for
Their
a second.
feet get cold.
Stop it for a second.
Get it?
Right there. Yep.
Where
do you want to begin?
We made this observation on Friday.
Yeah.
Yes, I said Friday. The foreheads on these women.
Yeah, a little excessive.
Can we, like, ladies, little bangs.
Yeah.
She bangs.
She bangs.
Just
she
something.
bangs.
Something.
Oh, baby, when she moves,
And
she moves.
I don't have, I don't have any proof to back this up, but that's never stopped me from saying it before. I believe that there is some sort of line between psychotropic drugs, like when you're on a med for anxiety or depression or whatever, and hair loss.
Okay.
I believe that there is,
Yes,
that's one of the side
that
effects.
is.
Okay.
And look at a lot of these women who post these videos on social, and their hair looks very stringy and ready to fall out. That's all I'm saying.
Are bangs making a comeback? Is that a thing, or are you just saying that's a good way for her to hide her fifth head?
I don't know. It's just an observation that I noticed, or maybe just back up a little bit from the camera and not have it right in your mug there, sweetie.
Right.
All right, start it over again. Sorry.
I make cute winter boots for babies. That is true. And it's important because ice cream trucks and babies don't go good together. Their feet get cold on the ice of the ice cream trucks. And in Oklahoma, the last time they sent out mass roundings up for the ice cream trucks, they sent them just outside of schools. This time, our superintendent has promised to allow them in the schools. Babies and ice cream trucks are not going to go well together. Be careful in Oklahoma for the ice cream trucks that go to schools for the babies.
What the hell is she talking about?
I'm having
Well, she's saying that ice is
I
headed
know.
to Oklahoma.
No, I get it.
Oh,
Ice
sorry.
doesn't come to
Master,
Oklahoma
yeah.
too
What
often.
will she say?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
But it has been an Arctic winter, so maybe they will get a blast. I'm having flashbacks to Nick Nolte in 48 Hours. That's got to be the Iceman.
I would like ICE to find everybody who's posting on cute winter boots and deport them too.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
even if they're citizens, I don't care.
Are we allowed to deport citizens that are white liberal females?
I would like to deport a lot of people.
I'd give my mother-in-law's address to Tom Homan if he wants it.
Speaking of Tom Homan, I didn't play this earlier. I want to play this now. This is 36. He personally went out and did a raid, and he found a child rapist from Thailand in Chicago.
Okay.
Great.
Roll it.
What's your name?
Seda. Seda what? You have a first and last name? Sam. Seda Sam? Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
You been deported before from the United States?
No.
Never been deported?
But I've been in the system before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with
Charged for?
before?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna talk about a lawyer.
Oh.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah. Are you a citizen?
My mom's a citizen.
Come on,
Your mother's a citizen?
Yes.
But you're not?
Nope.
But you've never been deported before?
You Dr. Phil. You look like Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil, you know,
Tom
on TV.
Tom Homan's
Yeah.
standing next to him, by the way.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, this is an example of sanctuary cities, right? We got an illegal alien convicted of sex crimes involving children. And he's walking the streets of Chicago. Again, the downfall, the problem with the sanctuary city, that people like us walking the street rather than local law enforcement working with federal agents. This is what we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You've been charged with sex crimes with children?
Not really.
Not really.
Not really?
Just kind of.
And never been deported?
Nope.
It's a first for everybody.
Huh. Let's take him in, process, and lock him up.
Got it, sir.
And you know what? He'll probably be safer and better off in his country than going to prison here. Because you mess with little children sexually in the United States, when you go to the booty house, they don't like that.
The booty house.
Yes, the booty house. That's what we used to call it when I was in working in the detention facilities. Called it the booty house.
the inference here is that this guy was not deported, and that he was the pattern across the country is that even when these guys are scooped up, and Dr. Phil's embedded with ICE in Chicago, that they get arrested, and then because all of these cities like Philadelphia, like Chicago, New York, sounds like they're getting the message and getting better, but it sounds like, well, we can't deny bail to these people, and so they put them out and say, yeah, you got you have a court date in a month, come back to court. And meantime, the community has no idea. And at that point, is it even, relevant with the system, whether it's an illegal or whether it's a citizen here? Why would you let some of these dangerous first and foremost, why would you let any dangerous, violent predator, especially one against children, back out on bail? That's my first question. And then my second question is, why would you not deport them? And so it's like a double whammy.
I mean, put your parent hat on for a moment. For all of us with children out there, how do you justify keeping that individual on your streets as a parent, knowing that guy right there could actually end up raping, molesting, or murdering your child? You're on that side? But it's probably the same people on the side of Gaza as well. So
I'm amazed there's not more vigilantism, because if somebody had done, when my kids were little, had done that, I wouldn't want police. I would have taken care of. I mean, I would have lost my mind and done something very bad. If I, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know how any parent holds forth that much restraint.
Right.
If you know somebody is allowed to live within your community, and that's part of why Trump won, because people in these communities knew this and thought, these Democrats, these blue cities allow this. They put these predators back in our communities to stalk us and our kids and wreak havoc in our lives. But that's why Trump won.
By the way, when did Dr. Phil get super into the political stuff? When did that become a thing?
Remember, he was on the campaign trail with Trump.
I know, but I'm just trying to remember when that became a thing. Does he no longer do his show?
He's a hideous guy. He is.
My mother-in-law's brother looks and sounds just like him.
Horrendous guy. Horrendous individual.
Why do you say that?
It's just he's a bottom feeder. He's a bottom feeder. They all are. Now all of a sudden that this administration is popular, he's glomming onto him.
Well, that's my point. It's like, when did he get into that? I don't remember him 7-8 years ago being super political.
Yeah, he was the one on. He was the one on TV. He was like, there's nothing wrong with trans surgery.
Oh, was he on that side of the ledger?
And then all of a sudden he's done a complete 180. Okay, it's a fraud.
But he's embedded. Who does he work for?
That's what I'm wondering. How is he out there with ICE? Is that for a show, a documentary, something he's filming?
He is, but I don't think it's with CBS. I don't think he's with CBS anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, CBS wouldn't allow that.
No.
Margaret Brennan would slap him.
Over the weekend, Trump was in Los Angeles, held a press conference. It was like a little round table with all of the politicians and the mayor of Los Angeles and the governor. About the wildfires and the response and all of that. Let's start with Trump and Karen Bass, the LA Mayor Karen Bass. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity.
Months? Is it that's the answer that we got, and that's what we're all hanging on?
Yes.
So if you're telling us now faster, is it 6 months? Is it, all of our lives, rents, all this stuff is weighing on this.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't cost a lot.
Yes, and they can.
You should let them do it, because by the time you hire contractors, it's going to be 2 years.
If a family...
The people are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can.
There's not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract that's going to charge him $25,000 to do his lot.
Yeah.
I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked, you have a very powerful emergency power, and you can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can.
Okay.
After her failures and Gavin Newsom's failures, would you wait around 7 months like Trump is proposing there? That could possibly be, all this red tape, all this bureaucracy, $25,000, or would you be able to do it yourself if you had the means to do so? And a lot of these people are wealthy, so they probably do have the means to do some of it.
What he's referring to is some of what builders, and you talk about the housing crisis across the country and here in Pennsylvania, what he's referring to is Democrat-run areas where they have extremely tight, tough restrictions and regulations.
Mm-hmm.
And so he just got her to say, you do what you want. You heard what she said. You go ahead and clear it. And so that's what he's pointing out, that all these people, including Governor Shapiro right now, even though after Governor Tom Wolf, like executive powers here in PA, as far as the governor level, were restricted a little bit. But all of these regulations in Democrat-controlled municipalities at the state level and at the local level, at the city level, these individuals have a ton of power. Lift some of these regulations so that we can get things back, like the housing shortage that Greg Stocker mentioned earlier. Builders are telling me that what used to be 6 months is now 3 years because of Pennsylvania's tough regulations. In L.A., imagine that, like what you said. You have to sit there and wait as you look around your property. Maybe you have a big family or communities are coming together, churches and synagogues coming together. Let people figure it out. And that clears up, by the way, money and help for elderly folks, or, you know what I mean? Like folks who can't do that.
Yep. He also went head-to-head with Congressman Brad Sherman. This is cut 11, Phil. Roll it.
A big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a $500,000
you did something, loss. Brad, with every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And
Brad, me?
Every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll tell you this,
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said, like 6 months ago, they all left. And 2 years ago, they had different, quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have no idea.
And the insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay? They have their big drawbacks, too. But the insurance company, I read the papers very well. And, they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough situation.
How about the reaction he gets there? I'm assuming those were maybe some Democrats that were clapping. I have no idea. But $43,000, is that what the rate will be per person moving forward for this reclamation project of their life? I mean, if your home, I don't know what the home was worth there, but let's say it was $2.5 million. I mean, what does $43,000 get you? This seems like a very untenable situation where, so many people are just screwed out of so many things.
Yeah, because of these Democrat policies. But then my other question is, these people voted in these Democrats.
You're right.
Who created the situation. And now at our federal tax dollars, I mean, check out your paycheck and look at all those taxes coming out. We have to pay for this now. They should be fired. The condition should be, okay, if you guys want more money, we're going to redo recall elections. You got to fire all these people. And once they're fired, then we the people will contribute. But I don't think that's fair. Why should all of us have to pay for the incompetence of the voters who put these Democrats in?
What we pay in taxes versus what we get in return. If it was a business where we were going and buying something as a consumer and what we got for the product we're paying for, we would never shop with you again.
Yeah. My next revolution is, and he's sitting there, he's praising the firefighters and this and that. I think that we should be allowed to cut the salaries of all of these elected officials, which is ridiculous, to make 130, 107 at the Senate and House level, 170 Gs for these jobs. But look at how much they make here in Pennsylvania. Look at how much they make in City Hall. We have population decline. Why do we still have all these council people? We need to reevaluate. Talk about Doge. We need to reevaluate all these elected officials who make double and triple what our firefighters and our cops make. That is BS. Why are we putting up with that?
Agreed.
This is Cut 28. This Hispanic woman on TikTok says that Trump supporters are no longer allowed to eat Mexican food or go to Mexico because they voted for Trump.
Oh.
What?
All right, I guess, well, you know what, girls, no Taco Tuesday tomorrow.
And let me make something absolutely clear, unless it wasn't already.
Okay.
If you voted for Trump, you are not allowed in Mexico.
Okay.
You are not allowed in Cabos,
I don't wanna go to
Cancun,
Mexico.
Puerto
I
Vallarta,
don't wanna go to any of those
Aguascalientes.
places. Nope.
None of that. Guess what, baby? That's all in Mexico.
Yeah.
You don't like us, we don't like you. Don't go there. Stay in your country.
Yeah.
Cool.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
Vacation, I don't know, maybe Nebraska perhaps.
Yeah.
One of the red states that you love so much.
Yeah.
Stay there. Don't have margaritas, don't have tequila, no tacos, no enchiladas, none of that for you. Stick to what you know. Maybe a burger, perhaps. No cheese.
No cheese.
By the way, what we eat here is not Mexican food. It's Tex-Mex.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
have you ever had a Mexican taco? It's trash.
Delicious.
No, it's trash.
Oh, no.
It's absolutely
No,
trash.
see, I think the authentic Mexican
No.
taco with steak meat, cilantro, and raw white onion, amazing.
No, I disagree.
Squeeze a little lime juice across it. A little salt and pepper.
Tequila.
Casamigos.
Tequila, I'll fight you over. But
Yeah.
tequila is also, I mean, to your point, Casamigos, it's made here, isn't it?
Yeah. Corona's made in Chicago, toots.
This is. I just need to lighten it up a little bit here.
Yeah.
A lot of this federal employees.
Oh, and by the way, is
Yeah.
she aware that how many people of Hispanic descent voted for Trump? I mean, like to actually provide some beyond just the jokes we're making there about food and drinks. I mean, Trump, the numbers that he had with Latino voters.
Yeah.
I mean, my God. And that's okay. You don't want me to come to Mexico? Okay. I'll put myself under remain in America.
I don't want to go to Mexico anyway. It's a hideous country.
I don't want to go to Nebraska.
It's a beautiful place. It's run by cartels.
Yeah, it's
a beautiful place with great food.
It's
and
corrupt.
Great people.
It's corrupt.
But it's
the
a
water
corrupt
gives you
guy.
diarrhea, and it's not-
Diarrhea?
All right. Poll question: would you rather go to vacation in Nebraska or Mexico?
Well, it depends on where in Nebraska and where
I'm not
in
going to
Mexico.
Nebraska either. It's another hideous state.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm fine just staying here. Like honestly,
You are.
I don't need to
You
go
up to
anywhere.
your little Poconos. You do your little shore thing.
Yeah, I'm good.
You
I'm good.
You got your pool.
Everything you want is within 90 minutes from where I live.
Yep.
So I'm fine. I'm fine going to the Jersey Shore. I'm fine going to the Poconos.
There you go.
This
Simple life, right?
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person after Trump's EO. Excuse me.
You'll be okay, boo.
Roll it.
You guys, OPM last night published a memorandum that said that all federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week. It was dated yesterday, but I don't know how late it came out because, we would have found out about it sooner. No later than 5 p.m. on Friday, January 24th. That's tomorrow. They have to revise their telework policies, and telework policies, I'm pretty sure, get implemented, right away. It says agencies should advise OPM on the date of the agency will be in full compliance with the telework policy, so they get to report what they're going to do, which is, okay, that's good. But if an employee's official duty station is more than 50 miles away, so if anyone works fully remote for the government, they have to be moved or they have to move offices. That's crazy. Terminate remote work arrangements and require employees to return to in-person work at their respective duty stations on a full-time basis, provided that they make exceptions as they deem necessary. Unless excused due to disability, qualifying medical condition, or other compelling reason certified by the agency head or employee supervisor.
Mental health breakdown.
5 days a week in person.
Nice bowl cut.
She has nice fingernails.
Boy, life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult. Time to get back to work. But you know what? As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, on second thought, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. You imagine encountering her at the coffee spot in the kitchen here?
No.
Run.
You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Right? Either using the word like every 3 words.
By the way, I still have a ton more, but we should break again.
All right. We will come back. 9 o'clock hour on the way, which will include our morning mystery movie clip today in music history. And also, we are headed to the Super Bowl. Well, not us, really, but the Eagles are. And we'll talk with Harry Mays at 9:30 about the Birds and the Chiefs, the rematch.
By the way, get on over to YouTube if you're not there already. I have a 1960 Philly tourism video.
Hey.
So from 1960, they were trying to get people to come to the city of Philadelphia, and I have it.
Let me guess.
We'll do it on the other side.
Let me guess, Greg. Clean streets, well-dressed people, and no fatzos.
Well, what I'm saying is that we need to. We should do one for 2025.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Man on the street. We'll send Jimmy Kelly out after the show. Kayal and Company back after this. Stay right there.
Yeah, and we're talking about all this food on our YouTube chat. It's making me very thankful that I have What a Crock and What a Crock meals, whatacrock.com. You know by now that I love What a Crock meals. Discovered them, by the way, in my little farmer's market years ago. And so started locally here by a mom who wanted to provide those fresh, homemade type of meals. And ever since, I've been hooked. They are just delicious and really do take the stress off of cooking and thinking about and worrying about what's for dinner, especially with long hours. What a Crock, they have tons of meals that do not require, by the way, a slow cooker. So you can boil the meals in the bag that they provide, just plop it. And I do this because sometimes I'll forget to have put it in my crock pot in my slow cooker in the morning. So I get home and I'm like, oh, darn it, I forgot to put, no problem. Then I can just take the bag out of the freezer that has arrived at my doorstep. Just take it out of the freezer, plop it in that pot of boiling water. I'm good to go. So you can put it in an Instant Pot or on your stovetop. No problem. Still, no prep, no mess, and no stress needed to cook What a Crock's meal. Everything comes prepackaged and ready to go. No subscription or commitment is required. You can do a subscription, but you don't have to. What a Crock's meals, they make such a great gift for anybody who could use a little help or a lot of help in the kitchen, or maybe make the mealtime more easy. Let's say people recovering from surgery or illness, new parents, they just had the baby, they don't have time to cook. What a great welcome gift, as well as college students, or maybe as a sorry for your loss. That one's a good one too. Be sure to try their meals out from some of their new winter seasonal menus, like the classic homemade chili. I've told you their chilies, they have an array of chilies. They're the best. Creamy Swedish meatballs. Hearty beef burgundy is delicious. And the cheesy broccoli cheddar, that's a cheesy broccoli cheddar ale soup. Delish. Use promo code WPHT. You get $10 off your order at whatacrock.com. WPHT. Get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Do this. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Cherry Hill, Saturday, February 8th, with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where TurboTax Expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Looking for a great place for dinner, lunch? Need a great space for your next event? Gallows in Northeast Philly is it. Delicious soups, delectable clams casino, sweet and spicy salmon, the best chicken parm, all from their scratch kitchen. Need a place to watch Philly sports? Visit Harv's Burger Bar. Get the French onion burger or the Harv's Burger and the shrimp mac and cheese. Tremendous. For quality, variety, and value, visit Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar. GallowsandBurgerBar.com. Order your game day party tray now and go Birds.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
It's Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour underway here on a Monday morning, 9:03 here on January 27th. As we get another week going, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Coming up this hour at 9:30, we'll take a little detour. Biggest story of the day, obviously, in the city of Philadelphia is the Eagles heading to the Super Bowl. We'll talk about the NFC Championship as well as the AFC Championship and Kansas City, Philadelphia, round 2, second time in 3 years. Harry Mays will join us at 9:30, plus your movie clip, your Today in Music History with Phil, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show.
You know the singer Jewel?
Yes.
Yeah, whatever happened to her?
Yeah.
She's still a thing?
Yeah, I think she still performs.
Okay.
She'll
be at Music Fest this
Has she had a hit since the 90s? I don't know.
That's what I was thinking. Lehigh Valley Act now.
So she performed at RFK Jr.'s inaugural Maha Ball.
Oh, there was a Maha Ball.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And then she had to apologize for it because she came under fire for performing at the RFK Jr. Ball.
She bent the knee.
She did.
Oh, no, Jewel, I'm sorry. I got to wipe you off my Spotify playlist now.
This is Jewel on her Instagrams. Roll it.
And I am so sorry that I caused pain. Especially in my LGBTQIA plus community, because you guys are treasures.
Oh, boy.
You make the world a better place. You've made my life a better place.
There's Jewel.
All right, we got to pull up Jewel here. Let me see what she has on social these days. Jewel has 350,000 followers on X, and then you're going to bend the knee and apologize for attending a ball where the guy, all he wants to do is get rid of all the bad products that sicken us and poison us and kill us. I mean, you feel the need to apologize for that?
For those that don't remember.
Yeah, give me a little Jewel here. I remember this.
I remember this.
8th grade. I think this might be 1997. What's the name of this song, Greg?
You Were Meant For Me.
You Were Meant For Me. I'm going to say 97. Let's see here.
I hear the clock at 6 a.m.
It is 6 a.m.
We start at 6 a.m. Where I've been. I got my eggs, I got my pancakes too. I got my maple syrup, everything but you. I break the yolks and make a smiley face.
You know, for all the good...
This is better than BIPOC.
By the way, for all the great music that came out of the 90s, there was a lot of crap, too.
You know, it's funny you say that. Yep, I nailed it. 1997. How I know that, I don't know.
You probably danced with somebody at
I did.
At an 8th grade dance.
Yes,
with
the Shawnee 8th grade junior high dance. Yeah, come on, guys. Here we go.
She released Only Got Alone this year. She released Thank You Mom this year.
Yeah. Jewel, huh?
Okay. The DEI thing has been a huge talking point, especially on the TikToks. This federal employee is freaking out over Doge and not being able to work remote because DEI was abolished.
Well, how does DEI get you to work remote?
It's a great question. This is cut 7, Phil. I see. There we go. Cut 7. I see. This is my fault. Phil started over.
Okay.
There must be one of them curses in this.
Gotcha. One of them damn curse words.
All right, here we go. This is cut 7 and go.
As a government employee, what's so ironic about all of this going on with Trump making us go in person 5 days a week to promote efficiency and also establishing the Department of Government Efficiency, the Doge. What's really funny is because of all of this news and all of the change in policy, we are yapping more at work. We are trying to digest everything that's going on. We cannot get any work done because of how much information intake that existing in this administration requires. And we're not yapping just to yap. We're yapping because every single day a memo comes down from God knows where telling us that there's a new rule that we need to enforce that for a job that does not relate to what we're doing. Like, oh, you work for the FDA, guess what? Now you're gonna have to enforce immigration. Any federal employee, guess what? Go snitch on your colleagues if they do anything related to DEI now. Like, this week has been such a whirlwind. I cannot get work done.
She can't get work done.
Right. Well, she's going to really lose her mind when she flips on the television later today and finds out that they've banned DEI in the military because Pete Hegseth's not playing around. You know, I'm actually going to amend my position a little bit for the sake of when I get home at 10:45 this morning, not being shot in the forehead by my wife. She says, she just sent me a text. You do realize that I work full-time remote and you're bashing me. And then she calls me the J word, Jack. And then your keister on the back end, yeah. She goes, and I run circles around those who are in the office. Thank you very much. So I'm going to actually amend my position here.
Oh, stand tall, Kayal.
For the betterment of my livelihood and returning tomorrow at 6 a.m. to give you the entertainment you've grown accustomed to. I don't want my federal or government employees working remotely on my dime. You want to do it as a private company, my wife's company, Odyssey sales reps, that's fine, knock yourself out. But if I'm paying your salary and I need to know that you are doing the right job and being efficient, that still does not sit well with me. And by the way, forget whether you're a state employee or a private employee. Do you really, and this also would go to my wife as well, it's not good to be inside all day. It's just not. Your motivation levels, you get lethargic. It's just, human beings were not meant just to sit around all day. Get going.
My question about federal workers, because I think in the private sector, they've determined this, that obviously people like your wife, she's working remotely, and I have a relative whose employer is actually in California, and these people are proven by the open, the free market, capitalist market. They've proven to be more efficient by working not in an office. Maybe it saves space, office space, etc.
Yeah.
And then congestion, because like in some places they say, well, pollution, congestions, you can make that argument. So as long as somebody is evaluated to be as or more productive by working in that space, I'm cool with it. My inference here is that that's not what's going on at the government level, because we know that Mayor Sherelle Parker locally, when she came in, one of the first things she did was out that situation and say, did you know that thousands of people have been working remote all these years? None of us knew. We knew some, but we didn't know to that extent.
Well, that's unacceptable that you don't know. We
didn't know.
Right. I mean, how can somebody be collecting a check and you don't know the location of where they earn their living from? That's staggering to me.
Robot Speed 989 says, Kayal backtracking faster than Jewel.
You're all special people.
Speaking of DEI, the Reverend Al Sharpton calls for a boycott of companies who don't support DEI during a press conference outside of Costco.
Okay. Where do you hear my take on this one?
Cut 35.
Corporations came forward and said, we're going to do diversity. We're going to do this because race needs to be dealt with. And for Donald Trump to be able to cancel a commitment they made is an outright affront to the black community, brown community, LGBTQ, gay community, and women that they committed to. So that is why we will stand with those that stand with us. Costco's immediately stepped out and said that they will not back off DEI. On last Monday, Martin Luther King holiday, I announced that for 90 days we're going to research the company that we find that has made the most affront. We will call a boycott. But today we are calling a buy-in. I have bought 100 people $25 gift certificates. We're going shopping at Costco because they've stood with us.
They stood with us.
Stand with us, we will stand with them. People that do not stand with us, let Donald Trump stop us in 90 days from boycotting them. We will not pay to be rejected and disrespected. Thank you.
Well, the cash flow for the Reverend must have been drying up because he's back to the grift now, man. He was on MSNBC. He's fine. Yep. He can't turn. He's like Tom Homan. He's in front of every camera and microphone imaginable.
He can't turn it off.
But let me ask you this. When we talk about DEI, why is it always the assumption that a marginalized community member is taking the position of a straight white man? Al Sharpton, I would ask you this. What if it was a lesbian female taking the job for a quota over a straight black male? Where would you stand on that? Because we always want to assume it's one person in one specific box versus the other. Well, what if we flip the variables around? Because it's like a Rubik's Cube. You can move this around any which way you want. And then secondly, I'm adamantly opposed to cancel culture, but I'm consistent with the boycotts. When we talk about boycotting corporations, 2 summers ago, summer of 2023, Kohl's, Target, all of the LGBTQ pride stuff, if you want to boycott a corporation, knock yourself out. So I won't ridicule them for boycotting Costco. I have more respect for you going after a big corporation than trying to put the Telemintson Township solicitor out of work for doing a TikTok with Elon Musk. Like, that lady should not have to resign and fork over her $17 an hour job at the library because some numbnuts was in their underwear was bitching about it on social media. But you want to go after Costco? Knock yourself out.
I'm going to play Trump in, he stopped in Vegas Sunday, I think, and he stopped by the craps table. It was a whole thing. But the UK, if I read some instant reaction.
Oh, we love fan mail.
Snow Bunny Gal writes, as someone who was born and cursed with a large forehead, I am insulted. I am sorry. I didn't mean to insult you.
Well, look at my squash.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that there's a theme in some of these liberal meltdown TikTok videos that we play.
And Snow Bunny Gal is not liberal, so she should be okay.
We love your beautiful forehead.
Yes.
Husker B says, have you ever been to Nebraska? Because I called Nebraska hideous. He says, it is far from hideous. I grew up there, and it is beautiful. It is a beautiful place with great people. You have no idea what you're missing. I have lived in Philly for 18 years, and I love 1210. Have listened to it for years. Your comments don't change that, but if you're going to call somewhere hideous, maybe going there would have been a great start before the ridiculous comment.
I'm just saying, would you rather vacation in the in the Gulf of Mexico or Nebraska? But you know what? Some people like the quiet, flat ground.
Look, I'm all for. I want to move when they show me the door in this industry, which I'm sure I'll be soon. I want to move to a place where there are no people. So if that's Nebraska, fine. I
could see that. I could totally see you being in like Wyoming.
Yes, where there's nobody else. Yeah. That's where I want to be.
You're like 6 miles from the next home.
In Exile in Jersey says, saw the sunrise over the Allegheny Plateau in central West Virginia this morning. Just stopped in Western Maryland for business. And once again, this freaking animal purchased nothing. So he went in, used the facilities at a gas station, and purchased nothing.
Keep fighting the good fight, brother.
Boy, that's a throwback to last week.
Yep, a couple weeks ago.
Marcus Aurelius writes, if Jerry Blavat was still alive, Jewel would be performing at one of his oldie shows. That's a good point.
Jewel.
Trump was in Las Vegas, too. He's busy over the weekend. He was in North Carolina, then California, then Las Vegas.
And by the way, before we continue with this, Dawn, did you notice, and I know, Greg, you will probably punt on this conversation, but that's fine. Did you see the outfit Melania wore as they boarded on Friday, Dawn? She had the little snow cap on.
I love the hat.
The aviator shades, the bubble jacket.
Yeah.
Solid look, right?
Love it.
Yeah, big upgrade from that goofy hat.
Everybody's losing their mind over the hat.
It's a bad
I think
hat.
it's kind of funny.
I like the Turd Ferguson hat from Celebrity Jeopardy. It's a big hat.
This is cut 23 when Trump stepped onto the casino floor. Chants of USA started. Roll it.
Yeah. USA! Circus Sportsbook. USA!
USA! Just walking around the casino floor. Yeah. You know, Bill Maher said something over the weekend that I really believe, and there's an article in the New York Times over the weekend too about how parents talk to their MAGA sons. That was literally the headline.
I'm gonna look that up. We might talk about that.
But they were. Bill Maher said the Democrats did something that I never thought was possible. They made Trump cool.
Yes. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal, I've been sitting on it for like 3 or 4 days, about how college students now are trending Republican, and it's not just in select areas. We might have to do like a little like culture conversation on the dynamics here in the shift.
Especially guys.
Yeah. What did you say, New York Times? What's the article called?
How to talk to your MAGA son. How parents are, or how to talk to your MAGA son, or how parents are supposed to talk to MAGA son. I forget about it.
There he goes. When your son goes MAGA.
Yep.
Oh, boy. They make it sound so bad, like he joined Al-Qaeda.
Well, what's interesting about this article is that it used to be, even in 2017, it used to be the younger, or the kids were rebelling against the conservative parents, right? You know what I mean, like the MAGA father or the MAGA mother. You know what I mean? Now it's the opposite. Now it's the liberal parents having a MAGA son, and they don't know how to deal with it.
So they've gone from whatever you say, boomer, to
yes.
And I know that you were kind of going down a certain road here. Do you think that this is at least the mindset of a rebirth of, even though they're not Gen X? it's the Gen X mentality, right? To some extent.
Yes.
You agree?
Yeah. I mean, it's
As a Gen
yes,
Xer
yes.
yourself?
It's the rebellion. It's the rebellion nature of it.
But
I think that's huge.
But all you're really rebelling against is things like dudes cannot become women, and I want law and order.
No,
and
what I believe they're rebelling against is that you are 18 years old, 19 years old. You have to be a liberal. You know what I mean? Like that's what It's this thing. The old adage: if you're 18 and you're not a liberal, you don't have a heart, and if you're whatever and not conservative, you don't have a brain.
Yeah.
They're rebelling against that.
I think it's also this rebellion of this the attempted shaming of you as a type A alpha, right?
Yeah.
Like we talked about it during the election back in the summer and the fall. Remember when they tried to tell us that Doug Emhoff and Tim Walz were masculinity in the modern era, and nobody's buying that?
Yep.
Like, don't shame somebody because they're a type A.
We should break.
All right, Harry Mays is coming up bottom of the hour. We'll get a big three, music, movies, all the other stuff that you love in the 9 o'clock hour as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. I'm excited to announce that our new home is complete, and it's built just for you. Built for savings, built for service. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. Right now, it's effortless to buy, trade, or upgrade at Colonial Hyundai. Colonial continues to be recognized for awarding the highest trade-in values in the region. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Tucson's, Santa Fe's, Palisades, and Konas. For this month only, drive home a new Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $119 per month. Every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2025 Elantra SEL Sport. 12,000 miles a year for 24 months. $5,999 down plus first month's payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and doc fee. In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires February 3rd, 2025.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Are you worried about your roof handling the next storm?
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we provide top quality roofing services that fit your budget and stand the test of time.
And our team of roofing experts ensures your home stays safe and dry with durable, reliable roofing solutions to any problems you may have. Plus, at Emmons, we offer free inspections and free estimates.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company as we roll on. 2 months, Bender. 2 months. I've got you. Instead of going to prison, you'll come here. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Harry Mays to talk Eagles Super Bowl in just a couple of minutes, as well as Today in Music History, our morning mystery movie clip, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show at 10 o'clock. But right now, what's on tap for Dawn Stensland? That would be a big 3 at 9:24.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group today. Number one, immigration crackdown. Trump administration has wasted no time, and it's ongoing. This is a breaking news story, and continuing today with fulfilling his campaign promise to conduct these arrests and deportations of illegals who are violent criminals. So nearly 1,000 arrests reported across the United States amid President Trump's immigration enforcement blitz, many calling this shock and awe. 1 week ago today, remember, he just became president. So in addition to these so-called enhanced targeted operations that were announced by ICE agents, that was in Chicago. We've been telling you about that this morning. Immigration enforcement actions reported over the weekend in the Atlanta area, as well as Colorado, Los Angeles, Austin, Texas. We told you last week about the ones that happened in Boston. These operations expected to continue this week. And just yesterday, Trump also imposing and then suspending that 25% tariff on Colombia as long as the country agrees to accept deported migrants being returned on U.S. military planes. So in this sense, the 25% tariff threat worked. And now it's going to go through. So we've got that going on. Today here in our area, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, across the country and around the world, this is Holocaust Remembrance Day. World leaders gathering in Poland today, as well as Trump administration officials, marking 80 years since the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camps. Nazis obviously murdered more than 1 million people at just one of those camps over 5 years, from 1940 to 45, more than 6 million Jews killed during the Holocaust. So a place where we're going to see all day throughout the day many of these commemorations, and I believe that we'll hear remarks from President Donald J. Trump as well. Number 3, we've talked about the GOAT. We've talked a lot about our own Jalen Hurts, our QB, as we now head to the Super Bowl. Eagles against the Chiefs.
The Eagles.
Patrick Mahomes. But actually, the GOAT I'm referring to is not who is the GOAT, who's the greatest of all time. I'm referring to an actual GOAT, Matt, whatever they say. There was a GOAT loose in South Philadelphia last night. I don't know if it was somebody trying to make a pun about the fact that we won the NFC championship. I don't know if this was just somebody's GOAT that happened to just party with people. I don't know what was going on.
Was he undocumented?
He was fully documented.
Okay.
An actual GOAT.
Okay.
That was in South Philadelphia running around. The GOAT is fine. It's a very cute GOAT, by the way.
Yeah. The GOAT's Tom Brady until further notice. So all those. Patrick Mahomes is going to win 3 in a row. Is he the GOAT? Oh, blow my head off.
Well, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group, our GOAT here, right? Experience the difference from Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Shop their extensive inventory of new as well as certified pre-owned Hyundai models like the Santa Fe, the Tucson, the Palisade. Check them out online, piazzahyundai.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Harry Mays will join us on the other side as he is on special mission in the state of Florida. I can't really give the specifics, but he will join us, and he will join us on Zoom. So if you're on YouTube, stay there. If not, get on over. We'll talk a little NFC Championship and Super Bowl with Harry Mays next here on Kayal and Company.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything, right? For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built quite a reputation for transforming kitchens with such professionalism, precision, and care. From the custom cabinets they do in-house to the countertops, backsplashes, to storage solutions, they get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Just go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
You know you've been testing fade, ignoring those home repairs. Start 2025 off right and call PJ Fitzpatrick to the rescue. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars on costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them on the web at trustpj.com. They'll save you some cash and they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
.35 Monday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. We'll get to today in music history coming up here in a couple of minutes. Morning mystery movie clip and what is on tap for the Dawn Show. But what is on tap for Eagles fans is 2 weeks to wait before the rematch in the Super Bowl against Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs. And here to break it down from yesterday, both NFC and AFC championship games, our buddy Harry Mays. Good morning, Harry. How we doing, pal?
Good morning, Nick. And I was listening to Dawn's report. Tom Brady was loose on the city last night after the game.
Yeah, he was seeking out avocado oil and pink Himalayan sea salt.
Exactly.
Boy.
I know there's some restaurant down in South Philadelphia that he really loves. And he frequents it every time he's here to do a game. So
Brady?
I imagine Brady.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably
I'll find out the restaurant and I'll text it to you.
All right, beautiful.
Dawn is like, yes, please.
Yes, please.
Hercules.
You know, a lot of things that stood out yesterday, but, you know, we live in this era, and you and I talk about it, and everybody talks about it, how great the quarterbacks are in the AFC with Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Lamar Jackson. Yet here the Eagles are, and not a slight at Jalen Hurts, because he's a good quarterback. He's making $50 million. But it's honestly refreshing that the Eagles can run the ball, jam it down your throat, and play great defense. In a way, it feels like the old glory days of football, does it not?
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of team that we always wanted Andy Reid to have here in Philadelphia. At least I did, and I think you did as well.
Yep.
Back in the old sports radio days. I love, you and I both love a heavy run focused football team, and that's what you got here with the best back in the business. And credit again to Howie Roseman. Every time I watch the Eagles and he's running off a 50 or 60 plus yard touchdown run, you just got to credit Howie Roseman for going out and getting this guy. I mean, you think about what that has done for this offense, for this quarterback, and he finally has an offensive line to run behind. It's just awesome to watch. And you think about what Howie Roseman did on the defensive side, too. This Zach Bond has been an incredible acquisition. Just a guy that was below the radar, a special teams, fourth, fifth linebacker, whatever he was in New Orleans. I didn't even know who this guy was. I remember him briefly at college. I think he played at Wisconsin. But, he was an afterthought with the New Orleans Saints, who are not a good football team. He comes here and is in Fangio's defense, and he's a star. And then you think about the two defensive backs that they drafted early in the draft. What those guys have brought to this team. It's just remarkable the year that Howie Roseman has had. And, now they're in the Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years. You get a rematch against Andy Reid and the Chiefs. You got to stop all this bundle-rooski nonsense, okay? The Eagles have to squash this.
I know.
Okay. I emptied out every one of my online wagering accounts this morning, Nick, while you were getting ready to go on the air about 5:45, and dumped it all on the Eagles at either plus 1.5, or I took the money line at plus 100 or plus 110, wherever I could get it. And I'm driving to Jersey later this week to use my Bet365 and my Caesars account because I can't do it here. So that's how bullish I am right now on the Eagles.
I'm just so exhausted by all of it. Whether it's Mahomes, whether it's Reed, Kelsey, Yeah, and that's Travis, that's
Yeah.
Jason, that's
Yes.
Donna, that's Taylor. I can't take any
The
more.
mom.
We're going to have 2 weeks of this build up.
Ah.
They have got, and then on top of it, if they win this game and three-peat, which would be the first time in the Super Bowl era, we are never going to hear the end of it. The Philadelphia Eagles, I know we get laughed at, we get ridiculed. Our fans are, they're savages. I actually think Philadelphia will be America's team in 13 days because I think a lot of people are like us, where we're done with the Chiefs and the Kelseys and everything that goes with it.
Yeah, and I love Mahomes. Don't get me wrong.
So do
I mean,
I.
he's terrific, and he's just so good. And I like him I think I'd like him as a guy. I don't know him, but it's the Kelsey thing, and it's too much. It's too much. It's got to end. Let's start putting Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts in these State Farm commercials and be done with it.
Yes. Speaking of being done, the Bills are done. I don't know that Josh Allen is ever going to beat Mahomes unless they can get the 1 seed and host that game.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the way that game ended with Josh Allen, the quarterback sneak, and the referees being involved yet again, where Kansas City's the benefactor?
Yeah, that was the 4th and 1 at the Kansas City 41. I thought it was a terrible spot. In fact, you saw one ref come out, and it looked like he obviously made it. I thought he made it on first glance. I'm like, that's first down. And then all of a sudden, you get the other guy coming in behind the first down marker, and everything's unofficial. And then they go to the review, and sure enough, the call stayed as it was on the field, and no first down. They were up 22-21 at that point. Who knows if they go on and score there, whether it's a field goal or touchdown, but that was huge. And these things always seem to fall on the side of Kansas City. And I know there's conspiracy theorists out there that think it's rigged, and it's all for Travis Kelce's going to retire with his 3rd straight Super Bowl, and he and Taylor Swift are going to go off to Rhode Island and live happily ever after and all that stuff. But, and that may be the case. But the Chiefs make the plays they need to make when they need to make them.
Mm-hmm.
They just do.
Yep.
And you got to give them credit, man. I mean, this quarterback just finds a way. It doesn't always look pretty. It might be, where he's flopping a little bit here and there and going out of bounds and trying to get hit going out of bounds and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he makes the plays he needs to make.
Yeah.
And, the Milano face mask was huge, too. I know nobody's talking about that, but you give that team 15 yards, I mean, right there, I had a feeling, oh, boy, they're going to score.
Mm-hmm.
And once they got that face mask, he's going to make – he made the play to I forget the name of the rookie wide receiver they have a couple plays later, and that got him really into position. And then you just knew, they're going to convert.
Yep.
So
I know we're getting ahead of our skis here, and you don't want to touch the money, as they say. But say the Philadelphia Eagles win the Super Bowl. With Trump in the White House right now, do the Eagles go to the White House?
Ooh.
They better.
No, seriously.
They better.
Seriously.
Yeah, you got to honor the office, don't you?
Did they go in because they won in 18, right?
When they were a little more woke, but I think they will go this time around.
When they won it with Foles, did they not go?
I don't
know. I don't remember. That's a long time ago, Nick.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, Phil and Jimmy, we got to get a list of franchises that have skipped the White House in the last 8 years for Trump or Biden. I'm just curious to see who's passed, and we can maybe get to that tomorrow for sure.
But
I did not recall that.
I mean, with the Chiefs, with Andy Reid, they definitely would go and have, but that I don't think the Eagles did.
Would the Chiefs go with Trump? I don't know. Patrick Mahomes and his...
Mahomes is a Trumper.
Yeah, Mahomes is a Trump guy.
Andy Reid, their kicker, remember? We've done all that.
Yeah, the kicker,
Bucker,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But we don't... I don't know about the Eagles, guys. I'm telling you.
It's a different landscape nowadays, though.
Agreed.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Trumpism is popular.
White House, they did not. They were supposed to visit. The visit was canceled.
See?
Yeah. COVID.
Okay.
Telling you.
The flu.
Maybe they're blaming.
Again,
Pre-COVID.
I know we're getting ahead of our skis here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to touch the money, but I'm just saying it's going to be very interesting because of who's on Pennsylvania Avenue right now.
That's a good point.
That will be interesting.
All right. Thank you very much, Harry. We appreciate the time, bud.
You got it.
You're the best,
anytime.
Harry.
You got it. There he is, Harry Mays, joining us to break it down as he does, and we'll do that again 2 weeks from today. Win or lose as the Eagles and Chiefs get set for the rematch. We'll come back, find out what occurred today in music history with Phil Almquist, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and what Jimmy Kelly has lined up for our morning mystery movie clip. It's all still ahead. Stay right there.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant. Elevate your CTV campaign performance.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company as we roll on 9:48 this morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can join me this Sunday, February 2nd. It is the grand opening of King Shooter Supply, 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. I'll be out there from 2 to 4 p.m. The gun store and the shooting range you know and trust just completed their latest addition with 7 more indoor lanes. So now there are 2 shooting bays, and you do the math. 7 times 2, that's 14 total lanes, huge parking lot, great entrance to get into as well. Same great staff on the inside. Stop on out for all sorts of specials and deals as we'll be out there on Sunday from 2 to 4 p.m.
Awesome.
Look at you.
Yeah, hopefully I don't shoot myself in the leg, but I don't know. They might not even let me near the guns.
No, they should.
No, they will.
Yeah, I want to see you.
Yeah.
We need video. I mean, people need to come out and support that. Oh, sorry, Phil.
Put the thing on.
I'll go and video it.
Yeah.
Oh, you will?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at him.
I'll remember that.
And they're good. They'll give you a little lesson, and
right.
They're fantastic.
There you go.
You're going to get...
He's not going to...
You want to come out and be on video with Kayal?
on a Sunday? God bless you. All right, let's find out what today is as far as our movie. It's our morning mystery movie clip, courtesy of Jimmy Kayal.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, what brings you out here today, sir?
Gonna be an eagle, baby!
What makes you think you have a chance out here?
Well, Wade, 2 years high school football, varsity, 28 years old. Look at me, I'm in the best shape of my life!
Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Absolutely. Fight, Eagle, fight, on the road to victory!
Wow. Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, today and all week long, a pair of tickets to see People Will Say We're in Love, a special Valentine's Day concert at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. It's coming up on February 14th. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. And right now, Phil Almquist standing by fresh off of a failed prediction of the Eagles and the Commanders.
Yeah, by the way, who got the I guess you got the closest, Kayal.
Yeah, I had him by 11. But I don't think anybody saw him by, what, 32?
Whatever 32. Yeah.
All right.
55. It was
impressive.
Yeah. It was. All right, what occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 27th, we celebrate the birthdays of Mike Patton from Faith No More, who's 57, Brian Downey from Thin Lizzy, who's 74, Seth Justman from the Jay Giles Band, who's also 74, and Nick Mason from Pink Floyd, who's now 81. And heavenly birthday shouts to Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, born in 1756. Who else is saying that? I am. We also lost Floyd Sneed from Three Dog Night on this day in 2023, and Pete Seeger in 2014. Singles include Illegal Alien by Genesis in 84. Time After Time by Cyndi Lauper on the same day. Addicted to Love by Robert Palmer in 86. And Heartbreak Hotel by Elvis in 1956. Albums include Moondance by Van Morrison in 70. Feared by Papa Roach in 2015. The Ultimate Sin by Ozzy in 86. Big Rocks by Crocus in 2017. And Chaos in Color by Uriah Heep in 2023. Also in 2015, Tom Petty and Jeff Lynne were given songwriting credits for Sam Smith's song Stay With Me due to similarities with I Won't Back Down. In 77, The Clash signed with CBS Records. In 73, Stevie Wonder was atop the singles chart. In 80, AC/DC played their last show with Bon Scott. In 84, Michael Jackson filmed an ad for Pepsi, which resulted in some stray pyro setting his hair on fire. And in 2014, Billy Joel began his residency at Madison Square Garden. I went twice, including last year on his birthday. But lastly, another concert announcement because they're fast and furious now. Simple Minds, Soft Cell, and Modern English will be at the Man on June 14th. Tickets go on sale this Friday. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist. Probably.
And Phil will probably be there. If I
probably.
Turn my microphone on.
By the way, is there somebody back there answering phones, Phil? Because
Probably not.
we need a winner. I mean,
Somebody answer the...
Jimmy Kelly's looking for Waldo. Trying to find where's Waldo. All right, but without further ado, we find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, which is coming up in just about 6+ minutes.
Yeah, so why is stock market crash a trending term right now and hashtag? So it's a story of DeepSeek. If you don't know what DeepSeek is, and AI, will tell you all about it, but it explains why the markets are down this morning, way down, and what that means for big tech. We'll talk to Guy Shiraki about what's going on in Pennsylvania. We've got it all covered locally, nationally, a lot of Trump news. There's so much breaking as now ICE, where are they going next? Because ICE, DEA, they're out in full force. So we'll bring you the important update. Yes, Greg? Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
Oh, sorry.
We just have so much going on this morning. There's a lot breaking, a lot of Trump news, a lot of local news. We've got it all covered for you.
Jimmy Kelly says the winner was Barb, and the movie was Invincible.
Okay.
By the way, as far as what teams have not attended the White House, I just looked this up. FieldstoneNews.com wrote an article about this in December of 2020, right as Trump was leaving the White House. Teams like Villanova men's basketball, North Carolina men's basketball, the Virginia Cavaliers men's basketball, the Philadelphia Eagles, as well as some women's athletics, Notre Dame women's basketball, the WNBA Seattle Storm. They say in the first 2 years of Trump's presidency, 20 major league sports teams won championships, but only 10 of those teams either visited or received the White House invitation.
Interesting.
Yeah. So there you go. Wow. I think the Eagles will change their tune this time around.
Do you?
That will be my guess.
I don't.
Okay.
By the way, guys, can we wish a happy birthday to Newman Price, who's 50 today?
Wow, the big 5-0.
Can we end the? He gave this to me on Monday to play.
Yeah.
But I'm last Monday. But
at the inauguration.
Yeah, we'll get to it now on behalf of his 50th birthday.
Okay.
You cool with us going out with this, Kayal?
Sing us on the way out here, Newman.
All right, here we go.
The following ad.
Oh no! Happy birthday.
No way.
I'll crash.
To you.
Uh-oh, did it crash?
Happy birthday.
Hang on, everybody.
To you.
Hang on, everybody.
3, 2, 1.
Mr.
Let's re-rack this sucker.
What could possibly go wrong, right?
Happy birthday.
It was pretty good, too. I listened to the MP3 last week when he sent it.
All right.
Yeah, it's the Biden thing, right?
Happy birthday. We love
Yeah.
you.
So with like the Kamala gone, Joby gone.
In my family, we do the hula.
The following
Here's to
ad is a
Newman
parody. Conservatives likely understand this. The day that you've been waiting for is finally here. Relief is in sight. Introducing from the makers of Kamala Gone. It's all new Joby Gone. Have you been a raging lunatic since November? Well, if you have, unlike Kamala Gone, you will likely only have to take Joby Gone. Just a single time for a lifetime of relief. Imagine living a life free from
tripping up the stairs, constantly craving ice cream and butterscotch pudding, always having an urge to fight people at the school gym, falling asleep during important meetings or in front of world leaders, babbling on and not making one bit of sense.
Remember that Joby Gone is not a substitute for Kamala Gone, and you only need to take Joby Gone. If you're suffering from TDS, there is no need to take Joby Gone. If you are a conservative or a rational thinker, Joby Gone can act as a booster for Kamala Gone, but you will likely need an additional booster of Kamala Gone in 4 years. So remember, if you're looking for some mental clarity and would like to gain control of your life, try either Kamala Gone or Joby Gone, because it's time to live life awake, not woke. Joby Gone.
Dawn is next. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+